Hello? Okay. Good morning, everyone. If we can get settled, we'll start very shortly. Thank you all for coming. Okay, we will now start the agenda back. So now the item on the agenda is number 17, call to order, roll call to establish a quorum. I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that we can reestablish a quorum.
Yes, good morning. It is? Okay. I'll begin with the roll call of the chair. Madam Chair? Madam Chair is present. Vice Chair Brown? Present. Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Bradford? Member Bradford is present. Member Grills? Member Grills is present. Member Holder? Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer is absent. Member Lewis? Present. Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp is present. And Member Tamaki? Here. Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 members, excuse me, on the task force. The number necessary for a quorum is 5. There are 8 members present. A quorum has been established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Now that a quorum has been established, we'll now turn to the next item on the agenda. First, welcome, thank you, City of San Diego. I know we have a hard stop at 5 p.m., so I would like to take the time now to thank City Council member and Task Force member Monica Montgomery Stepp for hosting us. This is a great turnout. Also, thank you, Shauna Charles from the Charles Communication Group for also contributing to this great turnout as well. Okay, so now we will go to item number 18, which is public comment. And I know there was a list of folks. So is Malcolm here? Is Malcolm here? Henry Wallace, Yusef? Well, hey, it's fine. We don't even have to do it. We'll just go. I know Malcolm, Henry Wallace, Yusef Miller, Dana Dorsey, Lauren Jenkins, Nita Watson, and Chris Lodson of CJEC are the first 7. So now, okay, we can proceed with public comment. Thank you. Yes. So we'll do 40 minutes. If we can quiet down just to hear the public comment instructions, we'll, again, like yesterday, do 40 minutes of in-person public comment and 20 minutes on the phone lines. All right, and each person has about 2 minutes to speak. Thank you so much, Ms. Aisha Martin-Walton.
Justice and the task force does definitely want to hear from everyone. As the chair said, there's 1 hour, you have 2 minutes each, and just be advised in fairness to everyone that you may be politely interrupted. So with that, we will go ahead and begin. First commenter.
All right.
Welcome.
Good morning, beautiful people. Hello. Well, yesterday when we public comment got cut off, I thought it was really fitting that my elder came on and he mentioned how he was enslaved in the South and he was in his 80s. And here I am, I'm in my 30s, and I was enslaved in the California Department of Corrections. So we see generational trauma via mass incarceration, chattel slavery, tomato. As we know, America is one of the wealthiest nations in the world. And as we also know, a large percentage of that wealth can be traced to the profits made off of slave labor. And even some of the most prestigious universities, even this one that I'm actually a graduate student at right now, has benefited from anti-Black racism. And San Diego State, as much as I enjoy and love this school, they still perpetuate a certain level of anti-Black racism. And as we also know, America has a huge problem with criminal justice, mass incarceration. Anybody that commits a crime is mandated to pay restitution. Anybody that's been convicted of a crime, even if you have no victims, they're going to mandate restitution on you because of your crime that was committed against the people. and our people have had major crimes committed against us. We're due reparations, and what we want is wealth. And how I define wealth is that which money cannot buy and which man cannot confiscate. Which money can't buy and man can't confiscate. Good health, generational wealth, knowledge in the form of good quality education. A payout is a good place to start, but it's not the generation of true wealth. So I just want to say that we should be expanding our thoughts of how reparation looks and how this payment is allocated. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Task Force, for the work that you're doing. My name is Henry Wallace. I'm chairman of San Diego Original Black Panther Party. We were founded and created here at San Diego State in 1967. And we recently celebrated our 55th anniversary here, whereas we reactivated in 2017 to create survival programs for the people so that our poor people can still have food and stuff like that. And we also take care of the homeless as well. We recently reconciled with the US organization, for those that know the history of the Black Panther Party and the US, through Dr. Malana Karinga, the founder of US and the founder of Kwanzaa. I was told by him and Vernon Sakuma, which was the director here at San Diego for the US organization, to speak on their behalf. And we talked about the 10-point platform that the Black Panther Party has, which is still a good platform for the task force to look at to try and expand, like Malcolm said, the reparations. But what we came up with, we need free health care, free psychological care based on the damage that was done by systemic racism, free land due for us being our labor has historically been lowballed and free, whereas we were stolen from our country. We probably would have had our own land and our own wealth. We feel that this state and the country need to give us land. Also, free education based on the standards of the Black Panther Party 10-point platform that show the true nature of our lives as far as who we were prior to coming here and the things that we built in this nation. Also, we need to have a
excuse me, sir. I'm so
we
sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence.
It's supposed to be 3 minutes. You're giving us
no,
2
it's
minutes.
2 minutes. It's 2
Thank
minutes
you,
today.
But you said 3 minutes.
Thank you,
up there.
sir. We have to move
We
on.
have to
Thank
move
you
on.
so much.
Thank you so much.
you.
Feel free to submit your
we
comments
need
in
money.
writing. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Christina Griffin Jones. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm with the California Black Power Network. I'm speaking today on the limitations or the issues, I'm sorry, with lineage. The lineage requirement as it currently exists, right, it doesn't necessarily exclude non-Black people who can trace their lineage. The lineage requirement also provides a challenge in tracing lineage that can be a really issue for some folks who are descendants, including people who've been impacted by foster care systems, people who have lost records due to national disasters, and in other events like fires. And this places it makes it so that freedmen's bureaus cannot recreate these documents that have been destroyed in order to help people prove their lineage. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out today. Next speaker, please. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Lori Jenkins, and I'm with some grassroots organizers in WSDLA, as well as SUJEC. And I want to thank the task force members for the work that you guys are putting in, sacrificing their time. However, I did want to say that I'm quite disappointed in the repeated attempts by certain members of the task force to expand the scope of eligibility. Dr. Weber stood right here yesterday and reiterated what her legislative intent was, and I see it as an act of disrespect to continuously try to expand by using terminologies such as inclusive and disadvantaged communities. And I think that we just, instead of inserting our self-serving agendas and trying to carry that out, we need to respect what the legislative intent was. The eligibility standard has already been established. There are multiple ways in order to trace your lineage. And I think that we need to focus on making sure the policy proposals are specific and lineage focused. And we will be paying attention to every line of every piece of legislation to make sure that in what the IT world we call there's no scope creep. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Next speaker.
Thank you very much. Chris Lawson, just one of the lead organizers with the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. I have had the pleasure of meeting with, I think, almost every single one of you, so I'm not going to speak for too long, but I want to say a couple of things. First, I want to speak to you, and then I also want to speak to the folks behind me too, and the folks that are watching publicly. First thing to you, I want to thank you, each and every single one of you, for your time, for your sacrifice. I know this is tough work. This is God's work. You're putting in time, hours for zero pay, and this is hard. And you're doing something that's never been done before. Each one of you, there's never been somebody like you in the position that you're in, because we've never done something like this before. So I want to appreciate each and every single one of you for every single year. Right, definitely. Show them some love. Show them some love. Secondly, to everybody, we as James Brown said, we're in a very critical and crucial time right now for the reparations movement. A very sensitive time. There are powerful forces organizing right now to stop what we're going to do. Now is the time to be working together, to be loving on each other, to be connecting with each other, and not tearing each other apart. Now is the time to work together. Last thing I'll say is thank you for voting for lineage-based reparations eligibility. Please do more, right on. Please do more for reparations, to combat reparations misinformation. I want to also thank you again for acknowledging us as a specific group of people, those who descend from U.S. slavery. The Office of Management and Budget with the U.S. is just yesterday or just last week released their initial proposals for how they might change the 2030 U.S. Census. And they said, one of their first things they said is, disaggregate the Black/African-American category and create a specific place and a specific space for those who descend from U.S. slavery. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Greetings. Brother Assembly, I think you stepped out yesterday when I mentioned about the 2 prisons that you shut down in California. I asked for you guys to propose something that's releasing our prisoners so we can have our own staff there, so we can rehabilitate them ourselves, because that's one of the part of the reparations is to rehabilitate. Now, the last one would be never again. That's the last part of reparations. How's it going to be never again when we have 250 plus militia groups here in America? Ukraine was harboring them when they was getting felonies. They was running over there, and God be the glory. Thought they was going to come back and do the revolution against us, but Russia bit them. So we saying that here in California, we have Rise Up or whatever. Those guys exist. We got all these white militia groups here, and how we going to feel safe? They're already doing this. They did this in Buffalo. A young guy shot 10 people. They were just going to the grocery store. So how we gonna feel safe once we get all this money? I see how we gonna be. I tell you how we're gonna be real safe. We're gonna be like the natives. We want our own land. Y'all want to live with the white people? You can live with them. But I want to go back to my hood and live with all Black people. Recycle my money for 30 days. Recycle, and not just we don't want just casinos. We have 75 Black Wall Streets. We can do it. Just give us the land. Y'all can figure the money out later. Okay, so another thing, UCLA, the Bunch Center. I mean, first of all, that's disrespectful. It should be the Bunchy, Carter, and John Huggins Center, because they was assassinated there by the COINTELPRO. Now, are you guys scared of these people? The FBI, the CIA, or whatever? They come in our neighborhood and shoot at us too. When y'all gonna stop? When y'all gonna point the finger at them? Kamala Harris, where you at? The VP. You put all us Blacks in jail here in California. Why don't you go after these white people? This not no unsolved mystery. This mystery's been solved. Y'all just have to go and get these crooks. They're the ones who turned us into, we had social clubs back in the days.
Excuse me, sir. I'm so sorry. Sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your sentence. Thank you so much for your powerful statement. Next speaker, please. Begin, please. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Morris Griffin. I'm better known as Big Money Griff, strong community activist, leader, and problem solver. And I want to thank each and every one of you that are in the audience, the immediate audience, and those of you listening to the sound of my voice. Madam Chair, members of the board, I rise in giving honor to Miss Dr. Shirley Weber for being the point person for why we are here today, bringing us AB 3121. Thank you, Shirley Weber, for doing that, Secretary of State. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention to Governor Gavin Newsom. Governor Gavin Newsom, there's an old saying in California, so goes California, so goes the nation. And so we understand that you're getting ready to run for the presidency, for the United States presidency. We as Black African Americans call it the United Snakes of America. But we want you to be aware of the fact that if you give us, or when you give us reparations to the day we die, $5,000 to $10,000 tax-free, we will make sure that we spread the word, what we heard, and you will never look back when it comes to you running for the presidency. I don't know if you ever seen the Million Man March. I don't know if you realize that it was the million women that got Joe Biden elected. All I'm saying to you is that we see our young babies breaking in, busting and stealing snack foods out of 7-Eleven stores because they don't have any chump change, because they don't have any money from their parents giving them allowances. We're better than this. We were the first best friends white folks ever had in America for over 400 years. I gotta say that because that's real true. That's true. We are the first best friends, white folks. Our ancestors built this nation. And for you to say, don't say that, something's wrong with you in that regard. Because it's not about what they want to know. It's about what we need to know. That's
Sir,
why I'm here.
Excuse me.
See,
Thank
now
you
you got
so
me off
much.
on you.
Thank you so much for your comments this morning. Thank you for coming out and sharing with the task force. Next speaker, please.
Okay, I can do production work. Anyway, good morning. I'm Friday Jones. My name is Consa Jones Muhammad. Chris Logson is really my brother in arms. I don't know what he had last night, but I'm on the same vibe. You all are doing historic work. You are doing unprecedented work. The world has never seen this before. The report that you issued and the timeliness in which you got it published and out is phenomenal. You all have been phenomenal. In the reparations space, there are generational differences in opinion on how this is supposed to go. You have, like Martin Luther King, one of the youngest revolutionary reparationists leading this task force. You all, in the generations of your walk, the time that you have been on this earth, have to support her, and you all have to support each other. You all have work to do, and we as a community, this descendant community, we are counting on you. We are facing zero wealth in 2053, and COVID has made that timeline shorter. We respect you. We appreciate you. May God bless you so that you can see us to the end of this work. Thank you so much for my time.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Next speaker, please. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I would like to thank Friday and Chris for those.
Can you
very
speak into the mic a little more? Step a little.
I would like
closer.
to thank Friday Jones and Chris for those very encouraging words. Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Moore, Vice Chair Brown, and the entire California Reparations Task Force members. My name is Darlene Crumity. I am a member of the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, as well as the American Redress Coalition of California Bay Area. My gratitude knows no bounds for what you have already accomplished and what is to come as you push forward with the California Reparations Bill for the American descendants of chattel slavery, also known as freemen. With that being said, I implore the task force to do more to counteract all the misinformation, disinformation that's being blasted across social media. This harms our push for California reparations. And I would like to thank you all for your amazing work on the interim report that was sent out on June 22. I'm in the process of doing a deep dive, or what I like to call close reading of this work, meaning that I'm taking notes, I'm talking to it, and I will comprise a list of my entire analysis of it when you are in Sacramento. But in the meantime, I would like to come an excellent write-up starting on page 56 to 57 of the Three Friends Compromise, because unfortunately, people just don't understand what that means and how it still affects us today. So thank you so much for that. But I totally disagree on page 41 with the substitution of the term slave to enslave, or the substitution of the words owner and master to enslave persons. This, in my opinion, it just takes the sting out of brutality of the slavery system. And one of the laws that was used against the Black slave was called the Fugitive Law Slave Act. It was not the Fugitive Enslave Act. And words really do matter.
Excuse me.
Let's not erase
Thank
it.
you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
So
And I look
sorry
forward
to
to
cut
seeing
you
you in
off.
Sacramento.
Thanks for coming out. Next speaker.
Good morning, Glenn Clark, and thank you for all the hard work and diligence that you put to this. It is overwhelming, I know. I'm just going to pick up from where I left off yesterday. Since you're providing recommendations to the federal government in your summaries and findings, Negroes should be included. However, HR 4238 prevents it from being included in federal forms and in federal legislation. We need to have that amended because there cannot be a conversation about reparations without Negro. If the OMB is serious, they will lead the charge internally because some of us identify as Negro, and HR 4238 prevents it from being used. So they need to do the work internally to make sure that it will be able to be included, because they are saying that you can include Negro and Haitian on this form. But if Negro is precluded from being in federal forms, the OMB has to do the work to make sure that it's going to be accepted. When you're introducing your suggestions or recommendations and in your footnotes, please make sure that there is a conversation and effort to amend HR 4238, and that amendment would be to include Negro in the conversations for reparations and to remove it from being deemed outdated or offensive. Since Congress has the authority under Article 1, Section 8 to make amendments, please sincerely consider recommending that they amend HR 4238 to state that in the case of reparations, and in the case of preserving Negro history, they must reinsert the term Negro in federal language. Many of us gladly and proudly identify as Negro. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
You can raise the mic a little bit for yourself. There you go.
Good morning. I'm grateful to be here. My name is Ivy Jean. I am the president of Africa, a nonprofit corporation that empowers Black people, African Americans, through travel. Our goal is to advocate for reparations in the form of free education and free travel. I'm currently enrolled at Trade Tech in their community planning and development program. My instructor is Benjamin Torres, and I told him I was coming today, and he specifically said that I should meet you, Ms. Grills, Dr. Grills. And I'm hoping that you guys will consider my program as a part of the initiatives that will go forward. I believe that education should be free to all African Americans, and that we, through travel, we can gain experiences that we haven't had naturally. To celebrate Africans worldwide. We're everywhere, and we should be able to see that. and hopefully through my program, that is I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Edwin Kendrick. I'm a vascular surgeon in the Los Angeles County area. I also run a healthcare technology company that focuses on health equity. I also serve as president-elect of a medical society here in California. One of the things that I'm bringing to you is on yesterday, I ended up transferring to the governor's office a statement which includes a coalition letter from at least 7 medical societies, 7 community-based organizations, multiple pipeline trainee residents and students across 7 states. That was done in 7 days. Many of us were unaware of what was happening with the task force. Around December, I read your report and thought it was elaborate, it was extensive, thorough, and great. Here's a couple of things I like to mention. California does need to set the standard for healthcare equality. That's what we're about. Methods and practices which dismantle current obstacles in health equity. The foundations include what I call STEAM 2 education, because we need to have arts as well as medicine. Number 2, pipeline trainee support, a physician retention system. The stats are tech fields, we make up 2% of the population. Medical school graduates, 6% of the population. Physicians in the state, 2.7 to 3% of the population. 29% of us will face discrimination, with 40% of us either trying to leave the field and never working. These are the problems that we face in California. Within this letter, as a coalition, we deal with STEAM education beyond the walls of the school, solutions including a pipeline from kindergarten all the way through the professional career, including research, and measuring systemic factors which involve physicians and our ability to be able to retain physicians, particularly as they are commonly involved with self-governing issues within medical facilities and hospitals. I leave this report for you. I hope that you take it, that you read it, because there are solutions in there, practical, which the governor has seen for years. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for coming out. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, feel free to adjust the mic. There you go. Feel free to adjust the mic for your comfort. Oh, thank you. Hello, greetings. My name is Ahmed Mullins. I am a descendant of a slave, farmer, Juris Doctorate, former police officer, Army cadet, and currently a janitor in the city of San Diego from discrimination that I've experienced in the job market. I have all this education and I'm out here sweeping floors, and I don't think, no discouragement to anyone who sweeps floors. It's an honorable profession, but what I'm saying is that reparations are going to mean nothing if we do not do something in the interim about the discrimination and things that we're experiencing here today and right now, because there will not be an increase of wealth or a continuance of wealth if we don't do something about what's happening right now. All of my young Black friends right now are not even considering starting families from how terrible it is out here, including myself. And there won't be a continuance, there won't be a bloodline, there would be no generational wealth without the ability to create a new generation. And I'm so sorry if I'm angry today. My grandmother was murdered by a white EMT worker in Tennessee. He was caught on video cam saying he would not perform CPR on a nigger, and $0 was given to my families. No one was fired for this. No one was held accountable for what happened to my grandmother. And me, I was leaving law school one night and I was dragged out of my vehicle and falsely accused of DUI. I blew a .0001 and thrown down by the neck onto the ground, dragged through the streets, and embarrassed, humiliated. And now, even though I don't have a criminal record, I'm now having to put, whenever I apply for a job, that I've been arrested. And I'm really angry about the things that this city is doing and some of the things not doing to help our communities, because even if reparations is possible, nothing else is going to be possible if we don't do something to stop the systematic discrimination that's in our day-to-day lives right now. Thank you. Thanks so very much for coming out. Next speaker.
Peace to the ancestors. Peace to the tribe. No need to stand on ceremony here. I'm a Black American that's indigenous to this land, not Pan-African land, not Negro land, and per paperwork and genealogy, I'm not a free man, period. Point blank, period. So let's get that the fuck up out of here. I'm sick of hearing that. Hate speech, not at all. This is defense and delineation, honestly. So with that being said, if I take a trip to the Caribbean, I'm acknowledged as a Yankee. When I take a trip to the continent, I'm acknowledged as a lazy Akata. They delineated a long time ago. It's our time now. So eligibility recommendations goes as follows. Living in California at the signing of the bill, paying taxes at the time bill was signed, and lineage-based only reparations for Black Americans that was harmed due to American chattel slavery. All right, cut the bullshit, cut the checks. Vote for Deion Jenkins, and I will see all of you in Sacramento. I land.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Morning, Task Force. Morning, Black community. My name is Jay. I run a Black-owned social media site, 6 Zeros. And I wanted to talk to the community today. Thank you. All right, if your family was not kidnapped in Africa, brought across the Atlantic Ocean, and subjugated to hundreds of years of the most vile and inhumane treatment in this country, I want to let you know that I believe you. Same with the Moors. If your family didn't make that trek across the Atlantic Ocean to be subjected to hundreds of years of the most vile and disgusting treatment that we still suffer from today, then yes, I believe you. But there's one thing that you have to understand, and that this is not about you. On March 29th, 2022, they made the determination that eligibility is going to be based on lineage, which is descendant of American chattel slavery. And if you are not okay with that, it is your opportunity to make your own CJEC, your own NAASD for your own people. If you're not proud to be a Black American or a descendant of American chattel slavery, it's your job to advocate for your people and stop trying to ride on our backs.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker. Yeah, take your time.
My name is Bishop Williams, and as I said yesterday, I am a real slave. But here's what I want to say today. I have done my research and studies on reparations for 50 years, and you are using some of it on the task force, okay? And all of the money, that's what I'm going to speak on, money that belong to all of us, all these people in here, you know? And I would like to hear something about the money, because I've seen so much of the money that my people didn't get, and what happened to them, and how they were murdered, and how they were hung and everything, and how the slave masters got paid money from the insurance company for hanging Blacks right here in this country. So I would like to talk about the money, the Emancipation Proclamation, the Freeman Bureau, and also 40 acres and a mule, which was 40 acres and a mule, that was 100,000, 30,000 acres of land given in each state. Okay? Now, that money is not 40 acres and a mule no more. It's 40 acres and a tractor. Okay, for each family. Okay, that's what it is. That's where I put it. But I want to, but there's billions and billions of dollars that's owed to Black people because of all of this, and the money they didn't get because of the Lee and U.S. Mrs. Grant had a meeting. That's how the end of the Civil War ended. They had a meeting. Okay, we want the money that had been passed by Congress coming down for Blacks. We want that. And the only way we can get it, we got to kill Lincoln. 5 days later, they killed Lincoln. So let's talk about the money. And the last thing, I heard two men here speaking yesterday, on money, okay? And then they didn't have nothing to do with this up here, what y'all doing, you know? And they speaking to y'all about money that they want. I know where it was going, okay? But see, that was wrong. Somebody should have cut them off. If they're not gonna speak about to y'all about reparation money, they shouldn't be speaking. They shouldn't be speaking. You know,
Bishop, I'm
they
so
was out of
sorry.
line,
Thank,
okay?
thank you for your comments and for coming back again today.
Everybody's mouth was closed.
The task force always wants to hear from you.
Listen. I want y'all to just listen and everything and watch what's going on here, because there's a lot of slave masters. And some of them sitting on the sideline, but they'll advise you all. If you let them, they'll advise you. Okay? Don't give them too much.
Thank you,
This and
Pastor.
that and everything like this.
Bishop, thank you
Just
so
tell- you know.
much. If you would like to provide more comments, we would happy to help you craft them, draft them, and so anything we can do to
Y'all know what
accommodate you
happened yesterday.
and
Let the
help you.
film
But,
and everything. You can see
but thank you so much. Thanks for coming out again today and for taking the time. Just a quick check-in, Chair Moore and Task Force. It's 9:47. We have about 10 more minutes given your instructions for in-person comments. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Syra Evans. I'm a founding member of San Diego March for Black Women. I wanted to first recognize there were at least 6 million Negroes leaving the South at the end of slavery. So you're talking about it counting for at least the descendants of 6 million people, first of all. And then second, I wanted to just address that I don't see any language in y'all's platform addressing Black trans folks. And that's something that needs to be addressed because oppression is layered. Is that not true? Is oppression not layered? And so when we're talking about Black people who are living in America, who are subjugated people, we're talking about people who are dealing with layers of oppression, not just anti-Black oppression, but we are talking about trans oppression. We are talking about immigrant oppression, right? So there's a lot of language in here, but then there's also a lot of language that's not present. And so I just want that to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out and thank you for your contributing words. Next speaker.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Task Force. Thank you for your time. My name is Ted Womack. I'm a Civic Engagement Manager with Alliance San Diego. I also sit on the Coalition for Police Accountability and Transparency. I want to talk to you all about accessibility today. I know that we've talked a lot about, and you've heard a lot about people being oppressed by law enforcement, but it goes so much deeper than a lot of people even know. Since I was about 15 or 16, I've been surveilled by police for no reason. I've seen the pictures. My elders have came and told me that they would look at me in the neighborhood, they would look at our friends in the neighborhood for no reason. And then as I got older, I would see those pictures of them taking pictures of us as teenagers, as kids in the neighborhood. My first police contact incident was of a cop telling me, you can't play basketball here at this YMCA because there's fights going on. As a fight is happening behind him, as they kick me out, they follow me home. I refuse to let them follow me home and they arrest me for impeding an investigation. Nothing happened. I didn't do anything. And this is the case for millions of teens in California. And I know that in California, we look at a little bit of a different situation because California is technically a free state, right? But so many Black people and people of color are enslaved by law enforcement. We go through these conditions and situations so many times that people don't understand it. They have a gang force where we have infants on there. How does that even make sense? How is an infant on a gang injunction list? It's just a long list of oppression that we've gone through from law enforcement. So when we're talking about reparations and accessibility, I ask that you all look at the oppression that law enforcement has put on us throughout these years and look at the multiple levels that has held us back to. I'm sure an infant who was on the gang injunction list can't trace their lineage. They can't do anything about that. So we need to make clauses or make some type of voice for them because they're suffering too from things that they have no control over and they can't do anything about. So thank you.
excuse me, sir, before you speak, thank you. Just to check in, Chair Moore, there are 5 more minutes per the task force's instructions, and we have 25 people on the line.
Please, please.
We have
please
about
extend
until
it.
10:30 to work with, so.
Please, not for me, but for all these people.
So yeah, we
Extend
still have like 30 minutes left, to be honest.
Good.
So
I'll be brief.
let's just get through this and then we'll go to the phone line. So,
Okay,
go
next
ahead.
speaker, you have 2 minutes, please.
Starting
Good
now.
morning.
Good morning. Good to see everybody. God bless you. I think I'm familiar with everybody here, and I think you're familiar with me. Just to say who I am for the record, Reverend Tony Pierce, and I'm the CEO of Black Wall Street Project, and we're about economic empowerment and justice for all our people. And we're a global organization. We're fighting in Australia for the Aborigines, Canada, Mexico, everywhere. So anyway, my background, Cal State University, Pacific University Theology, Business and Economics from Cal State. So I know what we're talking about. What I want to do is just give a little bit of a breakdown here on the things that we're missing, the things you don't know. Health needs to be a part of your agenda. Our people have died because they couldn't get health benefits. So we need to research that area and find out all the people that have died through the years and couldn't get the health benefits. I can't take long now. I want to request that I be brought back as an expert speaker. So, yeah, for the things that are for real estate and etc., my family has been the victim through those areas of prejudice and discriminatory practices, but we need to move it up past 1977 to today. There's predatory, discriminatory practices. They foreclosed on Black people's homes. They get current with this. So we have to move forward. God bless you. And the wealth gap needs to be included with what we're doing. The wealth gap is not included. Oh, lastly, God bless the mayor of San Diego, but I'm upset. Why doesn't he have a reparation task force here in San Diego? Okay?
Thank you, Reverend Pierce.
I think the woman with the gray sweater, you're going to be the last person, so no more in person after her.
All right, please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. It's Chantel Chitachi Bacon again. I want to first give reverence to April Valentine, who is a 30-year-old woman who recently died at Centinela Hospital. Is currently under investigation, but she presented a pregnant woman first time, and now she's no longer with her family. So I just want to make sure her name is in the record when we talk about medical bias. There's going to be a lot of work behind this because our people do not get the care that they need when they present with pain. She was ignored and she died as a result of it. Again, I want to highlight some prominent figures here in San Diego. America Newtown, she was a formerly enslaved woman from Kentucky. Isaac Axon, 1892. Solomon and Cordelia. Sorry. Albert Robinson, formerly enslaved person from Missouri. Moved here to San Diego, 1887. Died in 1921. Edward Anderson, in 1880 through 1890s. On the census, we had 55 Black African Americans living in the San Diego County. 33 resided in Julian. Julian, you cannot. They list on their website a lot about the historical area about that, but they exclude African Americans. As we're doing the 5 pillars of reparations, one is removing our history. We have a long history in California, and I want it to be recognized on every single website where there has been historical Black families. Gaslamp District, There was a lot of Black families that lived there, African American families there. There's no reason why you have to go to
Thank you so
blackpaths.org
much.
to
Thank you
find
so
this out.
much. Your time is up. Thank you for coming out. Next speaker, please.
My name is Shamika Hamilton, and I am a current resident of Corona, California, in the Empire, which assuming that you guys have forgotten about because we didn't get a meeting. And I don't think we're going to get a meeting. And most of the Black people were pushed out to San Bernardino County. So you guys forgot about us on that. And I want to speak about the requirements. I moved here in 2015 from Georgia. My family is I am a direct descendant of chattel slavery. My grandmother was used as a breeder. My brother was murdered in Wilcox State Prison in 2020. Hold on, I got to show you this because they told us that my brother fell out of the bed. And this is what he looked like when he fell out of the bed. So for you, I think you said yesterday that if you hadn't been here for 20 years, then you wouldn't be considered for the reparations because you wouldn't be considered as has been harmed by the state of California. I may have not been harmed by the state of California, but my family has been harmed by this country. So I think that if you're considering anyone, you need to consider us all. If we consider ourselves as Black Americans, because this country was built on our backs. And I have been paying taxes to this state for the last 8 years. So I think I should be deserved to be included on that list. So when you're considering requirements for the reparations, please consider me and my family because I think we've been harmed. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Next speaker, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Velvet Victorian. I'm from South Los Angeles. Actually, I ended up growing up in Watts. I've been affected since birth by racism. My mother came here with my grandmother in 1947, and I was born in 1962 in California State Institution for Women. And somehow she got involved with heroin. And I mean, by the time I was 35, none of my family was alive. And if it had not been for organizations, and I forgot to say, I founded my organization, which is the Velveteen Rabbit Project, because of my birth situation. And if not for Watts Labor Community Action Committee and another organization called World Christian Training Center and Job Corps and the cadets and a lot of different community organizations, I would have went back to prison. I had 16 points on my driver's license because I used to like to drive new hot red cars. And when I would go through different towns, they would stop me. And it got to a point where, you know, who can afford those tickets? So, and during the time after my mother got out of prison, she helped rebuild Watts. So I saw communities that rebuilt themselves. I grew up in a community that through community organizing, Watts changed the whole life. And now it's worse because they're using mass incarceration. And when my mom went to prison, you could go to school. It was considered, I think, a correctional, sometimes it wasn't considered a prison. It was more for it was a rehabilitation center. So instead of us locking people up and rehabilitating them, we're locking them up and making them crazy. And I want to see people not just, and then a lot of my friends, I graduated in 1980.
Excuse me so much for
One more thing.
interrupting.
Most of the people don't live here no more that
Thank-
grew up when I grew up.
thank
They had
you.
to move. They can't afford to stay here.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank
Your comments are duly noted. Next speaker, please.
All right, he's a little shy. So shout out to our strong Black sisters who went through incarceration for no reason. Velvet, Shamika's brother, yeah. So mass incarceration is important because the 13th Amendment that you put on your first page, you stated that the Supreme Court interpreted the 13th Amendment as empowering Congress to pass all laws necessary and proper for abolishing all badges of incidents of slavery. You know damn well that's a lie. The 13th Amendment was there to mass incarcerate us. As they say, you are criminalized. That's how you become in involuntary servitude. So with that being said, the power of legislation, as I repeat, has to be taken very seriously. HR 61, Sheila Jackson Lee, no shade to her, but instead of writing a hate speech online where you prevent white supremacy online, where's the hate crime bill to actually protect us when we get reparations from getting a beat down from so-called law enforcement? That's very important. So on HR 61, January 9th, it was passed. And on that same day, Brett Favre, you know, the one that took $2 million worth of welfare fund, that white NFL player, yeah, he actually sent a cease and desist to Dr. Umar Johnson because he was talking about him on his show, King Kong Consciousness. That's the power of legislation. So when I tell you that it's not you, not think for 1 second that you're going to make the final decision. It is us, we the people. And that's why I empower my people to employ you to focus on legislation, on anything you do. Anything you do. They don't expect us to have protectionist laws. So at the end of the result, Dr. Shane, appreciate you, but we got to communicate a little better on this, right? We need to have an anti-Black hate crime bill. I don't know how else to explain it. When the reparations come, we need something to protect us, but we appreciate the work each and one of you do. We want to work with you, but don't think you make the final decision. It's us, we the people. Power to the people.
Thank you so much. Next to last in-person speaker, please take the mic.
How y'all doing this morning?
Just raise it a little bit. You can raise the arm.
Thank y'all for having us here. You know, it's a lot of traumatized Black individuals in this room, in this world. I come from Louisiana. I've seen a man lynched in my time. That was a sad day. I came to California, I've been here 30 years. Nothing has changed. Everywhere I go, I see, you know, we oppressed. There's so many homeless in the Bay Area. I feel so much pity. If we leave this country right now, take every Black American from this country right now, it will fucking fall apart. Amen. So I think we need to do something bigger than just give us some money. I don't know how y'all feel, but I'm tired, I'm fed up. And there ain't nothing we can do because the moment we get the money, they're gonna make it impossible for us to live with it. So just understand that. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out this morning. Last in-person speaker, welcome.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Imani Shelton, and I have the pleasure of working with the Riverside County Black Chamber of Commerce to directly combat health disparities amongst the Black community. We are also working to close the wealth gap with a promise of uplifting 100 more Black businesses and 100 Black homeowners in the Inland Empire. The Chamber is also working to create a stable and well-informed network of other Black organizations so that we can educate the public about the news of the reparations, so that we as Black people can come together and discuss what we would like to see come from the reparations movement. Reparations is more than just money. Reparations are the promise of long-term sustainable solutions to create permanent fix to the plight of Black folks today. We are entirely grateful for your efforts, and we are looking forward to disseminating the information that we learn from these meetings to our community. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the in-person folks who came out. Now we will switch to the callers. David, good morning. This is Aisha. Please go ahead and open the line for our first caller.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to make a comment, please press 1, then 0 on your phone. Press 1, then 0 on your phone. Our first comment will come from line 7. Please go ahead.
This is Angela Nirvana. With our vote, we've been legislated out of California down from roughly 7 million to 2 million, while immigrants are 10.5 million, illegals 2.3 million. Where is the outrage that this impacts the number of seats we hold in public office which greatly impacts the decision to pass reparations proposals. What is the outrage that billions of our reparations dollars are being spent on immigrants while freedmen suffer the highest rates of unemployment, underemployment, and homelessness? And yet you're concerned about the cost for all of us to be compensated for living the vestiges of all five harms, including those who've been legislated out of the state since Newsom signed AB 3121. The only truth is should be required that all American freedmen living in the state of California continue to suffer the vestiges of the five harms and should be paid in full is the 2014 LA Commonwealth Report, which states African Black was $60,000 liquid to U.S. Black $200 liquid 8 years ago. While all Japanese were compensated, my ancestors fought and won the Civil War for their emancipation after building the wealthiest country in the world. And the 40 acres and a mule were converted into reparations and 150 years of the Homestead Act for slave owners and white immigrants. It's not our fault. The price for reparations is through the roof. Every last one of us are owed. I'll land there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. David, next line, please.
Now go to line 13. Your line is now open.
Hi, good morning, Task Force. My name is Shayla Bonner. I'm the Civic Engagement and Read Policy Organizer at the Social Trust Project in Contra Costa County. We represent Black and Brown formerly incarcerated people and those impacted by the criminal legal system. Our mission is to end mass incarceration and re-enfranchise those who have been disenfranchised by the criminal legal system. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today. I believe that all Black people and all Black Californians deserve reparations because all Black people have suffered from anti-Black racism and discrimination in the state of California. To me, reparations mean more than just providing financial compensation. California must respect our humanity, rehab, our access to social services, and publicly acknowledge the generational harm it has caused in Black residents. Some states are trying to erase Black history from our school systems and curriculums instead of acknowledging it, learning from it, and correcting the wrongs that were done, and it's still being done today. As we continue the discussion around reparations, we should also include ownership of land, businesses, and wealth. Wealth is more than just financial compensation. Wealth also includes health, healing, and freedom. Reparations will not fix everything, but it's a necessary step for Black people to begin healing and an opportunity for California government to begin to right the wrongs it has inflicted on the Black Californians. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your call. David, next line, please.
Now go to line 22. Your line is now open.
Hello, my name is Terrence Stewart. I'm with the Kank Kank. And I just wanted to make this very clear, starting off, is that when we talk about slaves, we use this word as a blanket word, but it's still like a negative term within itself. So like when we're talking about people, we're talking about people who had families, mothers, fathers, grandfathers, children, cousins, and so much more. People that was inventors, builders, scholars, planters, and so much more. They were people, you know, and people that were sold on the government steps. Also people who that look at the involvement of the CIA in putting crack on our streets. Also the sentence differences between crack and cocaine and the war on drugs that followed. The prison system that Brother Malcolm talked about, and for the first person who spoke, and the collateral consequences of criminal conviction that follows that creates what Michelle Alexander called the new Jim Crow, but even the old Jim Crow is all a part of what these reparations is needed. And also the infiltration of Black organizations that fought for the upward mobility for Black people. For example, the United Negro Improvement Association led by Marcus Garvey. We deserve reparations in communities that was targeted and everything that I've mentioned before. We need land ownership so that we can uplift these communities. We need to y'all to invest in community centers and trauma recovery centers And we also need monthly payments to the descendants of slaves and everybody who ever suffered to the government hand because of the color of their skin.
Sir,
With that
I'm
said,
so
have a
sorry
blessed
to
day,
cut.
because the only thing we change is change.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much for your comments this morning. Next line, please, David.
Line 39, your line is now open.
Thank you. Good morning to the task force. My name is Rose Cannon, and I'm calling from Evanston, Illinois. And we are right outside of Chicago. In fact, we touch the northern tip of Chicago. I would like to commend the California Task Force for what you're doing. We approve of everything that's moving forward there. The country is watching. You are the first ones out. Illinois is trying to start up a task force here. We have only seated 8 of 18 people. We need more people from the Illinois area to apply for our task force here. I want to tell you a little bit about Evanston. We are considered the first city to offer a $25,000 housing allotment, and it's being falsely called reparations. And we are the resistance group here that is fighting in our city to have this stopped or to stop this program. We've been unsuccessful because we're invaded by the likes of NARC and COBRA, First Repair, and IBW 21. And literally the NAACP is in cahoots with these programs also. I just want everyone to know across the nation, beware of people, beware of these people coming to your city to make reparations in your city. They are not reparations. They do not repair. This is basically a ploy to take money out of your community. And I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Prove what's going on in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. David, next caller, please.
Now go to line 9. Your line is now open.
Good morning, Task Force members. My name is Ernest Russell, and I'm calling you today to advocate on behalf of historical Californians who moved from the state. I believe to a degree that there would be a miscarriage of justice if the California Task Force was to make a recommendation around residency that would exclude the people who have suffered the historical harms. If you are a descendant who resided in California during the years designated for the harms that are being discussed, I believe you should qualify for said reparations. Now, my next comments are geared towards Lisa Holder's comments yesterday regarding the qualitative analysis. If the economists selected by the California Task Force are not able to quantify harms of Black disenfranchisement and subhuman treatment by the jury and de facto laws in California, I would recommend the task force to consider a qualitative assessment that would enable compensation for the emotional distress and psychological harm suffered by the descendant communities. Now, my very last comments are aimed at Don Tamaki and Senator Bradford. Yesterday, Mr. Tamaki stated that the California Task Force will not be able to make everyone happy. While I believe that that is true, I think one goal of the task force should be to garner as much satisfaction as possible from the descendant community. Therefore, legacy Californians who moved from the state, who suffered the harms that are being discussed, should be included in the residency eligibility. Lastly, Senator Bradford mentioned that there would be a need for an agency to have oversight of the residency requirements established. I believe this could easily be achieved by proposing the Office of Freedmen Affairs, which has been mentioned in preliminary recommendations. And then my very last comment is that I also think this state should follow the state's guidelines for resident status, which was mentioned by Member Grills and Holders, which is you would be presumed a California resident for any taxable year in which you spent more than 9 months in the state. With that, I am complete. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next caller, please, David.
Now go to line 5. Your line is now open.
Hi, this is Eric Christian Ramsey from the Freedmen Party. I live in San Francisco and was born in 1994 at Sharp Memorial Hospital in San Diego. So I wish I was there with you today. My goal is to answer the 5 key questions in the agenda yesterday. Number 1, talking about time frames. I believe it should be from 1850 to July 1st, 2023, the date at which the task force ends. Number 2, talking about California requirement. We all know so goes California, so goes the country. So with that in mind, the only way to maintain the integrity and credibility of state and local reparations task force proposals is to ensure that there is no double dipping, meaning people qualifying for multiple states for multiple local programs. To achieve that, we could take advantage of the fact that everyone was only born in one place. So the idea that I have is that you say if you were born in that state, you're eligible for that state's reparations, for example. And for the small percent of people that were not born within the United States but are lineage eligible and U.S. citizens, then you go based on where they spent the most amount of time in their life. And then for the small amount of people who have an equal amount of time that they spent, that's the largest, then it'll be based on the most recent one. And then number 3, what year determines the beginning of harm? Again, 1850. And then the question, are there different starting points and endpoints for each atrocity? No, if we use genocide as the unifying harm, just like the UN defines reparations in 5 specific parts, genocide is defined by the United Nations and US in 5 parts. Lynchings and massacres, killing members of the group, physical or mental harm, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, apartheid, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, extermination, imposing
Thank you
measures
so much
intended
for
to
your
prevent
call and your comments. I'm so sorry. Feel free to submit them in writing. And again, thank you. David, next caller, please.
Now go to line 26. Your line is now open.
Good morning, LaDonna Williams. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I wanted to say, first of all, thank you for this meeting. But I also want to point out yesterday's presentation from the San Francisco Human Rights Commission that distorted or misrepresented what those of us that are entitled to these reparations requested and recommended. That is, we recommended $5 million to start now while these ongoing endless meetings and endless talk, endless processes are going on that you keep compiling all these experts on top of. With all due respect to folks who are, experts in their field, we need you, but we need payments right now while these processes are going on. And there was also a misstatement by Mr. Lodgington saying that the folks on these committees are not paid. They are in fact paid. They might not be paid a daily salary for what they're doing, but they are paid for these processes. And so is Mr. Lodgington's organization, which by all due respect, you should be getting money for your efforts, but don't make it look like folks are doing this stuff for free. In the meantime, they're putting us on hold. We've been on hold for 400 years. There is already enough evidence where we can move this forward and start these payments now. $5 million is not a lot of money when you consider the environmental injustices and racism that has caused genocide on Black folks, particularly those of us that are descendants of slavery. It was white supremacy that set this up. We are due payments now, and we must be considered a protected class. Those efforts that we're including here must include us being considered a protected class. And notice there's no Indian representation.
Excuse me, caller. Thank you so much for your time.
They held us enslaved.
We need to move on. David, just to allow me to do a quick check-in with the Chair Moore and Task Force. There are 12 more folks on the line, and it is now 10:19. 10:30 cut off. David, next caller, please.
We'll now go to line 20. Your line is now open.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Lucky Aiden. I'm a youth organizer at PANA, Partnership of the Advancement of Native Americans. PANA is a community organizing hub that's dedicated to advancing the full economic, social, and civic inclusions of refugees in our community. My work is to work with the youth where they create a space and advocate for their rights and create a table for themselves, their family, and their community members on policies that are important to them. Obtaining reparations will be an acknowledgement of the wrongdoings and the harm caused by the state of California's anti-Black policies designed to target and prevent Black Californians from bettering ourselves. Reparations are needed so Black Californians can begin to heal from the generation discrimination and to break the chain of poverty and inequality. In addition to providing financial compensations, Californians must respect our humanity, and we have our access to social service and publicly acknowledge the generational harm that it causes Black residents. We deserve a guarantee that these injustices will never happen again, and these are the necessary components to a reparation package. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. David, next line, please.
Now go to line 12.
Yes, my name is Calvin Morgan, and I wanted to say that yesterday I was quite disappointed with Shauna Charles and that Charles Communications group. They are a horrible PR firm that represents the task force, and the things just need to be better. It's embarrassing when Chair Moore has to correct, such discrepancies as, errors and misspelled things that shouldn't be misspelled. The thing is, no one's going to read a word salad. It was said that what the task force is doing needs to be produced. I think Chair Tamarki has said that, or Task Member Tamarki has said that. And things have to be more visually striking. We need reels, we need stuff like that. These word salad stuff that's going on and all this misquotes and things like that, this copy and paste stuff is not going to work. We see stuff on social media and everything where thousands of people are responsive to, sleek design and other methods like that. If you're going to have somebody doing communications for the task force, they got to be able to be more creative than that. We got over 2 million Black people in California. If a so-called PR firm can't even get 50 consistent people to even pay attention to the things they're promoting, then it's absolute failure. So we just got to do better. And the chair shouldn't have to deal with a sassy attitude coming from Shauna Charles when it comes to things she's supposed to do. Copy and paste and bland text on screen. We can do better than that. We need better creativity. We need better representation for the task force. Now land there.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, David. Next line, please.
Now go to line 25. Your line is now open.
My name is Bobby Buss. I'm an assistant director to the Family Unification, Equity, and Empowerment Project that looks into the disparities of foster children trying to reunify with their Black and brown families. Black Californians, my family settled here from Oklahoma to the Trail of Tears. We have a display at the Metropolitan Museum in Riverside. There used to be the old post office downtown area. And so I'm 5th generation. My family was moved into Rubino area on a landfill. The cement plant has killed most of my family members. Now they didn't went bankrupt. We used to have wells. Now they're dry. Or they say there's too much poison in them. So now we have to pay water. And I just feel that these reparations will make the difference in my family as we continue to be the difference for our children as 5th generation. And as far as my mother's side, her dad moved out here from the military. He fought for freedom. And he got out here and became a sheriff, and he wasn't allowed to hold a gun because he was Black and he had to stay in the office. His brother was took and laid on the railroad tracks out here. My parents talk about how they couldn't swim in a pool until the last day. Like they pushed all Black people, so there's a lot of racism going on, anti-Blackness. Me and my children are the darker hue. And we're going to continue to suffer if we do not get the help and the service we need medically, criminal justice-wise, health-wise, social-wise, and we're going to end up on the streets.
Thank you.
So
Thank you so much, caller. I hate to cut you off, but your time is up. Thank you again. David, we have time for a few more callers. The next line, please.
Go to line 36.
Hello, everyone. My name is Iris Peoples. I am a fourth generation Californian who's been living in the Bay Area her whole life. And my family comes from Louisiana by way of Virginia. And I first want to thank the task force for your vote on lineage-based reparations eligibility. There were specific harms that were done specifically to our people. And so I really, and of course there's a legal standpoint. So I do want to thank the task force for doing the right thing. Secondly, I wanted to thank a couple of organizations for just getting the word out there. Those organizations are CJEC, NAASD, and ETM Media. Those are the only people that I have been hearing talking about reparations and have been doing their part to like make sure the word gets out. I haven't heard anything from the communication center, and that's actually what I want to touch on in a little bit. And I also just wanted to talk about very, very briefly how housing discrimination in San Francisco impacted my family, specifically my grandmother, and cost her hundreds of thousands to $1 million in real estate value. I did submit her testimony to the reparations online, but I just want to just say here for the public hearing that she saw with her own eyes that it's on deeds that said, do not sell to Black people. So even though she worked for the post office and was able to save money to buy a home in many places that she could afford, she was not given the opportunity because she was Black. 2 of my grandmother's 5 children came down with cancer. 1 of them died. My grandmother still does live in Bayview, but it's those of you who know San Francisco know that HP, Bayview, and Double Rock were like toxic waste dumps. So I would like to be compensated not only for housing discrimination, but for the discrimination in healthcare, and also with the environmental racism and environmental terrorism that our people have endured due to redlining. And I know a lot of people
thank you
say
so much
land
for your
and bouillon
call
all
and your
kinds of things.
information. The task force really appreciates it. I hate to cut you off, but time is up. Next,
thank you.
next caller. Thank you again.
Line 31, your line is now open.
Am I 39?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's me. Okay, sorry. Okay, good afternoon, Task Force. Jonathan Burgess here of the Burgess family, pioneer family of this incredible state. I want to commend all of you for your hard work. I want to ask that you guys, really look at the foundation. I have the same sentiment as Reverend Brown of Task Force when we talk about statehood. But I'm one of the few foundational families that can trace their ancestry back to colonial Virginia brought to California, only because of DNA. And the atrocities that happened to my family and others with different last names. I don't know any other race or group of people on American soil that had, cousins marrying cousins and didn't know it, and Black folks with different last names. But what I say is that there is a whole lot of land from 1850 to 1870 that was lost. And without looking at that land, we won't know who that land belonged to, but it should be calculated. Let's be clear, there's no debt that could ever repay for the harms that were done to Black folks in what we call America and California. But I would ask that you guys at least get it right. Karen L. Robinson wrote a book, Gaining Ground, it's there, of how much land was here in California. And I'd say use that number because there will be a number of people that don't know who they are because they weren't lucky or fortunate enough to have an ancestor to leave an autobiography like ours did. And so that money should be distributed to the greater good of everybody else, because I know about the history of California and Negro Bar, which was Nigger Bar, and the unknown niggers that were buried were landowners and related to somebody. We just don't have their DNA to trace it. So I'd ask that you guys really look at that and think about it when we talk about the actual debt that's owed from the state of California to the descendants of slaves. I land. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David. That concludes our time for call-in commenters. So thank you for your service this morning. And just in closing, that concludes the public comment period. And thank you everyone for coming out and for calling in. And remember that you can always submit your comments to the Reparations Taskforce at doj.ca.gov. And the next meeting will be in Sacramento. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chair Moore. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martin Walton, for your assistance as always. Now we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is special acknowledgements, and then we'll go to the tabled item on the agenda. I'd like to first acknowledge Sharon Whitehurst Payne, who is a San Diego Unified School District trustee. If you can stand, Ms. Sharon, thank you. Let's all acknowledge her presence. Thank you so much for your support. I'd also like to acknowledge Council Member of City of San Diego, District 5, Marnie Von Wilpert, if she's here. She's not here yet, excuse me, that was my thought. The next person I'd like to acknowledge at this point is Sean Elo Rivera, City of San Diego Council President, District 9. And if Council President has any remarks, we'd love to hear from you at this time. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you to the Reparations Task Force for the work that you are doing. Again, my name is Sean Elo Rivera. I proudly represent District 9 in San Diego, where we sit today, and also serve as San Diego City Council President. Thank you again. I think it deserves recognition that you folks are doing this work because of grave injustices, and the burden to correct for those injustices does not sit solely on your shoulders. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to make it clear that no matter what comes from this task force, that does not undo the burden that the city of San Diego has to atone for the injustices that have occurred here by way of environmental racism, of housing discrimination, various injustices that we can see that have made their way throughout society, have impacted the Black community. So I say that recognizing and appreciating the work that is being done, but also very much acknowledging that the work does not end with the task force, that the city of San Diego, the council of the city of San Diego has a lot of work to do to make sure that we atone for the injustices that we have perpetuated on the Black residents of San Diego. So thank you. Thank you so much for the work that you are doing. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Council President Elo Rivera. So now we'll go to the table motion. So I'll turn to Senator Bradford, the tabled item, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Last night we ran out a little time, and we want to come back to an item that was on the agenda, and that was the discussion as to extension of the task force. And let me be very clear, when we talk about the extension of the task force, it doesn't mean changing the deadline for this final report. This task force and DOJ is on track to deliver the final report come July 1. What we're talking about is the implementation of whatever that final report is, and having a little bit more runway for this task force to address many of the concerns that have been raised here today, that have been raised over the last year and a half. And I think the best example of that is, again, task force member Tamaki, who clearly articulated he represented the reparations and for the interned Japanese people who suffered during World War II. And that was a 3-year task force trying to address about 100,000 people. And that wasn't enough time. So we want to make sure that once the report is final, we have some time to make sure it's implemented correctly, because it's a whole lot of moving parts here. And it's not a single person on this task force who wants to be here any longer than necessary. And let me be clear to whoever called in, not a single person on here is being compensated. So it's no financial benefit to be here. But I'm here to tell you, even if we kept this task force in place for 50 years, it still wouldn't address 400 years of wrong in this country. So let's be clear about that as well. And we have a whole lot of moving parts that have been presented before us. And I think we would want to get it right. But I'm hearing a whole lot of, what about this? What about that? We're here to address the atrocities and the wrongs that happen here in California.
That's right.
In California. And if we do it right, we will give you the roadmap, or we give the United States, our federal government, the roadmap to address it for this nation. And that's what is critically important here. Because if we err in what we're trying to do, it's only going to let all the naysayers say, see, we shouldn't be doing it on a national level. And we also have a fight, both myself and Assemblyman Jones Sawyer, to have a final report that we can clearly have time, with the help of this task force, to articulate to the legislature and to articulate to the governor so we can get it implemented. Because whatever that final report is, if it can't pass scrutiny and the muster of the legislature, it's all for naught anyway. So when I talk about extending the task force, it's having us a longer runway to make sure that what is proposed come July 1 can be implemented correctly on behalf of each and one of us who have suffered a wrong here in California. So.
Chair Brown.
Madam Chair and members of the task force. Obviously, we have heard some very responsible, eloquent, and ingenious comments from this task force and from the audience regarding what ought to be and what must be done. And I want to, as a Baptist preacher, say that we need to have a movement from hallelujahs to do-hallelujahs. And I offer now the motion that the recommendation will come forth from this task force that we continue to be the do-hallelujahs and implement all of the great things that have come forth out of our deliberations. I make that a motion now in the spirit of our Brother Bradford's comments.
Is there a second? Okay. Thank you. So I need a little bit of assistance in restating the motion. The motion is to, can you restate the motion?
We be the do-hallelujah group. We be the implementer.
So we be the implementer. Okay, yes. So the motion on the floor is that this 9-member task force, we be the action-oriented implementer group. The do-hallelujah. Okay, and it's been properly seconded by Member Tamaki. Is there any discussion on the matter? I think there should.
I'd just like to add.
Member Jones Sawyer.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Member Tamaki.
No, I defer to Member Jones Sawyer.
Member Jones Sawyer.
As the person who originally authored this, and it was rejected by many people in this room, it's my understanding, and we probably need to table this. We can go ahead and vote for it, but it's my understanding from my staff that the window to get that done, or this done in any way, shape, or form, was when I presented the bill back last year. And that there may be some constitutional and some administrative hurdles that need to be overcome. And so I would like that information brought to this body before we make that decision, so you're fully informed that we don't make a motion that can't be fulfilled legislatively. It would be not only, we just need to have all our ducks lined up, I guess is what I'm saying, so that we can get it done. And I will also say, I'm still going to insist that we have some of the provisions that I had in my bill, which may even further complicate it. So I think this does need further discussion, but let's first start with the legality of this being moved forward. But again, this task force can vote on, I believe, can vote on just about anything they want.
but at some point, it's going to have to go through the legal process of legal counsel in the Assembly and the Senate to determine whether or not or the feasibility of this being done.
Madam Chair, may I give a little John to that? Thank you, Brother Jones Sawyer. For clarity's sake, this represents the spirit of this body, and that has nothing to do with the minutia of the legality of it. If our spirit is right, if our will is strong, there's nothing impossible. And originally, you may recall that in your bill, it was a punitive section about removing people from this task force. That was the fact. That was the record.
There was not just one, there was two things on there. Not only about reconstituting who is chair and vice chair, because as we move forward, as Mr. Bradford said, you can't come with the same type of style now to convince people in the legislature to get this done. And anti-immigrant, anti-racism, all of that will not play well in the Assembly. Imagine this. You look at everybody in this audience. All of you are non-African American, and the only Black people are right here. That's what the legislature looks right now. Mr. Brad and I have to have that owner's task. We're speaking to the choir right now. We're in full agreement that we have to give reparations to people, especially descendants of slaves. We're not in disagreement on that. But as we went to try to overturn Prop 209, we were using some of the same kind of tactics that we used in the 60s and the 70s, and it went down in flames. We have to have a new tactic to get this done. We cannot keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again and expect a different result. What do you think people call that? That's a sign of insanity. So if we're going to get this done, because I'm going to do whatever it takes to get this done. And it may not comport with what you feel is the best way, but I'm going to get something for our Black folk. But that's what, at the end of the day, it's better to get 85% of something done than 0% of anything done. That was my intent in that, because we're not gods up here. Okay, we can't have people belonging to organizations that have members that are saying racist things to other members on this committee or coming after it. I heard people talking about let's come together. Look, I put that in after being attacked. Think about that. I came to you to say I want to keep this group together. After being, if I didn't care, I would have kept my mouth shut and it would have died. We wouldn't even have this discussion. It wouldn't gone. I don't have to deal with any of this. But I firmly believe in open conversations. I firmly believe that your voices need to be heard. These voices, whether we agree or disagree on anything, all need to be heard as we move forward. But there's a way to do it that doesn't alienate the people we need to have vote on this. Again, there's 80 people in the Assembly. Only 10 are African American, and it's 40 people in the Senate, and only 2 are African American. Do the math. Can we get the votes to do that on our own with just Black people? No. We're gonna have to get allies. Mr. Maki is doing a great job of getting the API community, but we need to do more. And so that was the purpose of that, to ensure that when we move forward on the legislative side, I'm not hamstringed, Mr. Bradford's not hamstrung with individuals whose perspective may alienate people we need to move this forward. That's what that was for. It was about making sure we are successful. And if you don't believe me, look what happened with Dr. Weber's bill to reform or to get rid of or to bring back affirmative action and to get rid of 209. And that was a lot of money and a lot of effort. And so I'm here to tell you, we need to make sure we put our best foot forward. And that's what it's about. I was never, again, I'm the one to move this forward. But now I'm being told, yes, we can do it to spirit of. I had the spirit of, I want a new Cadillac, but I can't walk up into the Cadillac agent just tell you, hey, I think the spirit of it, I should get a new Cadillac. You can't do that. It's illegal. And if you want to go ahead and prove a spirit, even though it might be, I don't know, it might be. If you don't want to wait just to see whether or not it is legal, then that's fine. We can go ahead and do that. That's all I'm saying. We can vote today to move forward. But if it comes back that it can't be done, understand that I put it out there so that we can maybe even overcome that, have a workaround, instead of leaving it out there for it to be sabotaged later. So
I call for the question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Member Montgomery, sir, you're recognized.
Number one, I appreciate the conversation because we didn't have this conversation last time, which was part of the problem. I think that we all have different perspectives, but have found our way through a year and a half of working through them. And I think that would have been the same case with the last bill. So that's number one. So I appreciate this conversation now. A general motion, I guess, is fine, but and the legislature, we can't stop anything that you all are going to do. So I'm not implying that, but for me to support anything, I would have to at least have an outline or framework of what that is, because I just don't know. And what my concern is that I just want to make sure we're not using the assembly of the task force to drag out anything else that we have to do, and that we are committed or have some sort of framework or strategy moving forward, because we're going to have that anyway, because we're going to have to lobby anyway. And I haven't read everything that all task force members have ever said, but the eligibility standard that we have set as a task force, and I have many, many friends, dear friends and allies that don't agree with it, but setting that forward is something that we have done, and that's something we have to defend now. And I believe our job is not just I think our job is to promote inclusivity with what we have agreed to with the facts. Even the tax people came and showed us yesterday the numbers of how people who are descendants of enslaved people are at the very, 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 very bottom when it comes to any type of net worth at all. That's a fact. And we should be able, in this great progressive state of California, be able to explain that to people. We should be able to do that. Like I said, speaking from a place where I have some people who agree with me and many of my dear friends that I work with every day on all of these issues around immigration, all of these issues around the LGBTQ plus community that don't agree with what I have done. But there's a way to talk through those issues. And I think we all have the responsibility to do that. And I haven't heard anyone on this task force be racist in their thoughts. There's a lot of public comment, that is, for sure. And there's a lot of public comment I don't agree with. But I can clearly lay out why I voted the way I voted, though. And it's not racist. So I think there's a delineation there. We have to talk about that. And I hope that we don't go in the door already saying what we have to compromise on. We should be able to explain our position. At the end of the day, we should be able to. So I just, this is the same, and I know, Assembly Member, you've worked on a lot of policing bills. It's the same argument. We have people that come to us in public comment and they are F the police. They don't want it. They don't want police at all. But we know that we are not anti-police, we're pro-justice. It's the same thing here. Just because we have public comment that we may not agree with, we still have to be strategic about the way that we approach this. My concern is that is the assembly of the task force for, in perpetuity going to hinder some of the work moving forward that we have to do. That's my concern. I'm open to the discussion, but I have to know what that framework is before I agree to anything that is, in detail. Understanding, again, the task force doesn't dictate what the state legislature is doing, and I'm not implying that at all. But I just wanted to get that out because I think it's convoluted, and we can be clear and develop allyship in this fight. We just have to approach it, like you said, in a different way. We don't have to sell ourselves. We deserve this platform right now. We really do. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for the time.
Vice Chair Brown, I wanted to clarify, is your motion, are you saying you're not for an extension or you're for an extension? You're for an extension of the task force. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Action. That's what it boils down to. Intelligent, respectful action. And we don't need to make this a paralysis of analysis. The basic point is, let's make it very clear. And as Richard Milhouse Nixon used to say, let us make it palpably clear. Brother Sawyer's effort, there was no discussion at all with any of us. And also, Brother Sawyer, you admitted to me personally and apologized that you did not say any word. That's all. So let's be clear, let's be transparent. And we know what you deal with when you're dealing with the assembly. You got to talk with people. You got to be respectful of people. But the point is, we need to stop being inert, and like Jack and the Bear making tracks and get nowhere. Let's get some traction and let's move forward. And I appeal to my colleagues to express the sentiment of this body that what we feel, and since the public has given such profuse applause for the work that we've already done, all we need to do is to hold our hold and with pit bulldog determination, stay in the fight until the people get what they deserve.
Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. To quote Chris Lodson, this, I think, is a time to come together. And the people on the task force, as an outsider, I'm not Black, but as someone who thinks that it's very important that we have allies to this movement, each task force member has spent literally a lifetime fighting for the rights of Black people and this issue. That's, if we move the needle of public opinion, it's transformative. And so, despite our differences, despite what's happened, the timing issue that Member John Sawyer is mentioning is a real thing. It's not going to be easy to get this back on the legislative agenda. I appreciate the fact that it was raised. I appreciate the fact that Senator Bradford is re-raising it. I just want to add on to this and remind folks of what's at stake here. And one of the major reasons why we've moved forward to come to this point, which is very positive in my humble opinion, is because we've had resources. The report that universally, despite the fact that we've had disagreements on the task force, everybody agrees in the worth of that report. And it's going to resonate nationally, in my humble opinion. That was done by 75 folks in the California government. They're lawyers, but also PhDs, also outside experts from colleges and universities. The resources to put these hearings on, like here, get people out, that is all provided under the rubric of the task force. And on June 30th, we lose that. Okay, that's very significant because once the report recommendations are submitted, and I completely agree with Senator Bradford, they're going to be submitted on time. The proposals that have been done are impressive. They are very comprehensive. I'm delighted about the work that's been done, in particular by Department of Justice lawyers working with task force members. That's going to be presented on time. But then it's really our job, all of us in the room, all of us sitting at this table, to reach out to our constituents and our networks to change hearts and minds, and to let folks know of the urgency of the situation that's been so well articulated with each of the spokespeople. And it's very helpful to have those resources and a platform to keep the ball going forward. So I really appreciate Member Pastor Brown's motion on this. And I think it's timely and well needed. I'm hoping that under the leadership of Member Jones Sawyer and Senator Bradford, that it can be done, and done in a way that is provides the information that Member Montgomery Stepp and the task force needs to have confidence that it will continue to be done in the right and positive way. Thank you on that.
And just for clarity, the assembly is not against this. In fact, the assembly is where it first happened. The assembly is where the extension of the task force first came through. So that just to make sure there's no dispersions on the assembly. Two, we need to also make sure certain that whatever rules that confine, which I didn't know until yesterday, the task force members, when I asked what can the task force do, and the DOJ said they couldn't lobby, couldn't write letters, and I was under the misconception that we could do that. And so we may need some clarification on what exactly we can do moving forward, so that we have clarity and we don't go out of bounds or out of step with what the constitutionality of what this body would look like moving forward. And maybe it may even be better for us to act individually if you got more power to be able to get something done. I want to make sure we have all those facts on the table, and that we're not making an emotional decision, that we're making a strategic, smart, focused and direct decision that will impact what we want in the most substantive way.
Yes, Member Tamaki, you're recognized as a good point.
It's not to be lost. In our reparations movement, Japanese Americans, which is minuscule, tiny compared to what's needed here, the commission set up by Congress to study this and to make recommendations was 3 years. And I could tell you, we needed every minute of that 3-year runway to do this. And so again, for what it's worth, it's one of the few examples in modern history where the government, made monetary atonement for a great wrong. It was the result of 3 years of educating the American public on this.
Yeah, I think we can. Sorry.
I hear you.
I think you called for the vote.
Oh, Senator Bradford, did you?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor this because I know we have other things on the agenda. I think this is not about reconstituting the task force. That's not the goal and objective. This is about, again, helping with the implementation of whatever that final report states. And you're going to have to need people, and it's not fair to let that fall on the Department of Justice by themselves to make sure that it's implemented. And to help with the publication, as you heard folks attacking our comms contractor. We want to assist in making sure that message is right. So we have consistency in that message. And that's all we're seeing, just having continuity, having a longer runway to make sure we tell the story correctly to the people who have asked us to do this work. That's all. Not about keeping this board constituted any longer than what we have to, just to make sure that we get it done right and get it all completed. That's all.
Yes, Parliamentarian Johnson.
You're asking for is to have a plan in place so that shows that the task force as a whole is in support of legislation to ensure the success of the actions that have been taken, the proposals that have been made and approved by the task force. That will take time. So my question is, it looks as if we need to, or you need to schedule on the next agenda and have a detailed or somewhat detailed explanation given by either a combination of DOJ and the staff of the legislature to say what will happen and what is needed. And then you will know what you are supporting, because you want to support the legislation that does what you want, what you've agreed by the proposals that you're adopting.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brown, you're recognized.
I beg to differ with that respectfully.
Well, I'm asking a question, so I'm not.
Well, we're saying we're making this thing compound, complex, and convoluted. All we are saying is that in light of the need for us to ensure that there's some traction from all this documentation, that this task force goes on record this day stating that it wishes for us to continue for the implementation. That's all.
One of your members stated earlier, Mr. Vice Chair, one of the members stated that they weren't comfortable with voting even for that without knowing what it entailed. So that's why I asked if that's what.
No, we're not dealing with specifics. We are dealing with the will, the mindset, and the desires of this body. That's all.
So entertaining the question that Parliamentarian Johnson raised, if we were to bring this up and have a plan presented for next meeting, would that be too late? Like legislative speaking?
I think we need to go on record as stated by.
You gotta turn on the mic.
I think we need to go on record as stated by Dr. Brown that we just need to take a stance today to express our desire to continue on, again, to assist in moving forward on whatever that final report is, the implementation, the publication of that report. That's all we want to do, not to change maybe to change minds in the public, but not to no longer hash things out amongst this task force. Whatever that final report is, it will be the final report. But I just think we need to have standing as a task force for, be it 6 months or another year to assist in the rollout. This will not happen. Let me tell you, I've been in the legislature for 25 years. This job doesn't come with a magic wand. And this is the hardest thing I've ever had to work on. And we're going to need all the help we can get. So that's all I'm trying to make sure it works.
Member Holder, you're right.
Yeah, I just want to get some clarity and specificity in the motion itself on the length of the extension. So I know that initially Senator Bradford was interested in 1 year. So just when we formulate the motion, if we can give some specificity on how long we're asking for. I think 1 year is reasonable.
No, I don't. You need more time, I agree, but we're only asking for 1 year. We're not gonna leave it open.
Did I see a hand? Member Montgomery Sub, you're recognized.
I just, some of my concerns are being addressed here. But I want to know, based on what was presented in the last legislative cycle, is this the same? Is it different?
Oh,
If so, how is it different?
Nothing has been brought forth legislatively yet, but what I'm only looking at is, again, just extending the task force, not changing the constitution of the task force, not removing anybody, keeping it constituted as it is today, just to continue the work that we have done for the last year and a half. That's all I want to do.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you for that.
A quick comment or question. In theory, I think it's a wonderful idea. I think my only concern is that if we could extend the life of the task force, does that kind of send a message that we have more power than we have? Like once the final report is out, we still are a legislative advisory body. So once the final report is out, it's really, really up to the legislature to get it done. So I'm just I don't want to necessarily send mixed messages to the public that we have more power than we have. And then the other point I think is what Member Jones Sawyer made in terms of if we extend the life of the task force, we're still going to be under Bagley-Keene. We can't communicate in the ways in which probably would be the best in order to ensure, the most success in terms of implementation. So I'm just also putting that out there as well. And I wanted to ask a clarifying question to Member Tamaki, because I know you're working on the public education piece, and I had a question. That plan is to, whether, let's say this task force sunsets July 1, the public education piece, that's going to happen after July 1, correct?
Yeah, I expect that, and we'll put forth before the body here a public education plan that will go beyond the life of the task force, which now sunsets on June 30th, 2023. So part of that is curriculum. Part of this might be not lobbying, but educating the public as to why, what the rationale for the legislation and future legislation should be. It may involve even some staffing. But the main point is we won't be around. Plus, we won't have this resources that we've had for the last year and a half goes away. So I don't know if that's answered your question.
The public education piece is also kind of contingent on private funding, but it's still, that's up in the air whether that, the scale of it and all of that.
If we can augment the effort with private funding, great. But it is up in the air, but at least there's that possibility. And that thanks to Member Grills, we've had some private funding to assist the task force already. So that's, in the spirit of that, that's what that suggestion is about.
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Again, one of our problems historically, friends, has been the system has made us a cut flower people with no rootage. And we ought to have the foresight to understand if the other folks have had continuity and continuation, we as human beings, sons and daughters of Africa, should have the same opportunity. And we should not just be cutting off all of this great work that's being done. There has to be some rootage and some intergenerational and continuous engagement. Else.
So now we, okay, so the motion is on the floor. It's been a lot of discussion. It may need to be amended to incorporate the length of the extension I'm hearing during the discussion. So,
Brother Bradford has already given it to us.
okay, you already put it. Okay, so any other further discussion on the matter?
Mr. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Brown, could you restate your motion?
So the motion is to support in spirit the idea of extending the life of the task force by another year.
For 1 year?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
To end on June 30th?
It's June 30th, would it be 2024?
2024.
Yes, ma'am. Or July 1st. July
6.5
1st.
one after the news.
But this is for implementation, Madam Chair, and not for a continuous study. That's what my motion is. I hope y'all will stop confusing this thing.
No,
Right.
that's why I asked you to restate it.
I'm stating it again. That period of that extension that Mr. Bradford initiated was for implementation.
Okay, so again, the resetting the motion on the floor is for the task force to support in spirit the extension of this task force for implementation purposes of the final report only for a year, July 1st, 2024.
That's it.
Okay, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
And who seconded?
Member Tamaki.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I will begin the roll call vote with the chair.
Aye.
What she said.
Aye, sorry, aye.
Thank you. Chair Moore voted aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown voted aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford voted aye. Member Grills. Member Grills voted aye. Member Holder. Member Holder voted aye. Member Jones Sawyer.
Not voting.
Not voting. Member Jones Sawyer is not voting. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There were 8 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 not voting.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson, for your assistance. There are 8 ayes, 1 abstention, 0 nays, and so the ayes have it and the motion carries. Nice. So the task force supports in spirit the extension of the life of the task force by another year, July 1, 2024, for implementation purposes only of the final report. So the next item on the agenda is number 20, discussion and action item, advisory committee's final recommendations on potential remedies, remedial programs, laws and apologies for atrocities in the interim report, part 1. Presenters, all task force members. So I'll turn California DOJ to facilitate.
Thank you. Oh, it's on. It's on. Thank you very much, Chair Moore. I will note, so we're going to go through these. There are slides now that are going to be displayed that are going to show the top lines of each of the recommendations following up on our discussions in the last meeting. The recommendations that you're seeing on the screens are the top line description of each recommendation. You all have, and was included in the meeting materials, a very lengthy discussion of each of the recommendations that each of you have developed and written and come up with and work with DOJ attorneys in order to finalize for this presentation today. So the plan for this and the next agenda item after lunch, as much time as we need, is to go through all of the policy proposals for you all to review, ask questions, and then ultimately at the end, I think like we did, if you'll recall, in the, I believe it was the San Francisco in-person meeting with the original report, at the end, vote to authorize Department of Justice to proceed along with each of the advisory committees to finalize these recommendations. At the next meeting, we'll prepare an outline, but we will continue to work towards written materials that would constitute the final report, the recommendations for the final report. So for today's discussion, we do have all the DOJ attorneys here to help you, along with Tony and Robin, who've been spearheading this team. They're sitting here in the front row, who will be here to facilitate, but this will be a member-led discussion of each of the policy proposals. What I'll do is I'll introduce the policy proposals. If there have been any changes, I will highlight those. And if anybody has any questions, comments, or anything that they want to share about the policy proposals or any new policy proposals that have been developed that aren't included on this. I think there's a couple that we've been working on turning around quickly. We can discuss those. So we'll start with the general proposals, which is a slide you're looking at right now. The first proposal is California American Freedmen Affairs Agency, and I will mention that following on the discussions in the meeting last week, we have clarified that the intended recipients or beneficiaries of the agency's work will be American freedmen, also known as descendants. Rename the agency to California American Freedmen's Affairs Agency, and proposed having satellite offices across the state in addition to a main office and headquarters. The other things they're on the slides. I'm not going to read the whole slide, but I wanted to read what the changes were.
Well, first I wanted to acknowledge at this time San Diego City Council member Marnie Vaughn Wilpert of District 5. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much for your support and your participation. So this is, a proposal from my advisory committee. This is also in the historic nearly 500-page interim report that the task force released in June of last year. And it is the proposal to create a California American Freedmen Affairs Agency. I will not be long because you can find these materials on our website. I will just read a paragraph from the interim report that justifies the creation of this agency. And you can find this paragraph in the executive summary and the report as well. In 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, and in 1865, the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution commanded that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States. In supporting the passage of the 13th Amendment, its co-author, Senator Lyman Trumbull of Illinois, said that it is perhaps difficult to draw the precise line to say where freedom ceases and slavery begins. In 1883, the Supreme Court interpreted the 13th Amendment as empowering Congress to pass all laws necessary and proper for abolishing all badges and incidents of slavery in the United States. However, throughout the rest of American history, instead of abolishing the badges and incidents of slavery, the United States federal, state, and local governments, including California, perpetuated and created new iterations of these badges and incidents. The resulting harms have been innumerable and have snowballed over generations, as illustrated throughout the entirety of this task force, particularly during the public comment period and to those who've been invited to provide personal testimony. So again, I won't belabor the point on this in the interest of time, but the purpose of this new agency would be to identify how past state-sanctioned atrocities have perpetuated and created new iterations of these badges and incidents of chattel slavery, and how to eradicate and prevent future badges and incidents from forming and prospering against the American freedmen or descendant community. The agency will work with other state agencies and branches of California's government to mitigate any lingering badges and incidents, suggest policies to the governor and legislature designed to compensate for these badges and incidents, and to work to eliminate systemic discrimination that has developed as a result of the enslavement of the descendant community in the United States. The agency would be comprised of specialized offices and branches dedicated to addressing specific harms. Some of these branches include, but are not limited to, a branch to process reparations claims, a branch for immediate relief to help the most vulnerable populations within the descendant community, a genealogy branch to help with genealogical research, a civic engagement branch, an education branch, social services and family affairs branch, a cultural affairs branch, a legal affairs branch, a medical services branch, a business affairs branch, a data research and collection branch to identify and analyze trends in past, current, and future badges and incidents of chattel slavery, and a community support branch to improve accessibility, transparency, and public trust. And again, one of the additions is that this agency would consist of a main office or headquarters and various satellite offices across the state. Last thing I'll say on this is that, as the interim report stated, it really is the federal government, namely Congress's power, to eradicate these badges and incidents of slavery. They have yet to do so since the Supreme Court articulated that responsibility in the civil rights cases of 1883. And so the state of California really is doing the federal government's job. This 9-member task force is stepping out and doing really what Congress has failed to do over hundreds of years. And so, this proposal for the creation of American Freedmen Affairs Agency is bold, and it's bold, it's striking, and it really sets out to set a precedent and a model for what the federal government definitely should do for the descendant community. So that's about it on that. Any questions from the task force members on this proposal and the substantive changes around that Mr. Newman mentioned? I'll move on to the next one.
Sure, and Chair Moore, let's see that Dr. Grills has a.
Dr. Grills, you recognize.
Thank you. Somewhat similar to, is it on? Okay, somewhat similar to the earlier conversation about extending the task force for an additional year. The hard work really isn't getting something passed. The hard work is getting it implemented and implemented according to the spirit of what was intended. That being said, I see the benefit of the Freedmen's Bureau. I think what I'm a little unclear about is the scope and the magnitude of it, and the creation of what seems like will be an immense bureaucracy unto itself. And I'm wondering whether or not some of the things that are proposed here in terms of the functions of the Freedmen's Bureau might be better handled by existing entities that are already set up and know how to move money, implement procedures, help people access things, and that the Freedmen's Bureau be more like a monitoring body, an advisory body, an external report card body on the extent to which the state is doing the implementation as needed. Again, it feels like an immense bureaucracy, and that immense bureaucracy also troubles me in the sense that what will need to happen is a lot of financial resources going to that body that could be better spent in delivering some of the services that are identified and the programs that are identified in some of the policies that cut across the 12 chapters of harm.
Thank you. I'll take that feedback and bring it back to the committee.
I think, well, specifically for today's discussion, since we're from this point on is going to be the final preparation. If there is a discussion on some sort of significant change, rather than going back to the DOJ and us writing something up and then being sort of too far down the line. If there are significant changes along those lines, and again, this is all detailed in the 90-page document you all have. If there are substantial changes to those proposals, what we'd want to see is a motion and a discussion of whether you're directing the DOJ to, as a task force, to make that kind of modification in terms of preparing the final recommendations. What we don't want is to get too far down the line to an outline and drafting, and then we're sort of having to back up, significantly change one of the recommendations, which then would be a sort of domino effect. So if there is a significant change like that from what is in the document that you all have, I would suggest a motion and a discussion on the motion to change that recommendation on behalf of the task force.
make that into a motion?
Okay, let me see if I can formulate something. I move that the proposal related to the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency be modified to act as more of an oversight and monitoring body rather than a bureaucracy of programs that could in fact detract resources from doing the work as opposed to monitoring the work.
Member Gross, is there a second on the motion? Okay. It has been properly moved by Member Grills and properly seconded by Senator Bradford that the proposal for the creation of the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency be modified to act as an oversight or monitoring body rather than a bureaucratic office that may detract from resources to be distributed to the descendant community.
So that rather than resources being detracted from the addressing the other kinds of proposals that were, I had it more succinct earlier. It's just that last phrase about detracting money from the
rather than resources being detracted from, you know, the descendant community, rather than so it's
programs
resources
and
for
services.
programs and services. Is there any discussion? Yes, Senator, sorry, yeah, maybe future Senator, Councilmember Monica Montgomery-Stepp, you're recognized.
Please just let me be where I am, please. I'm not gonna support the motion. I think that the intent is good, but the issue that I have that I think I've been bringing up over and over is that our systems do not serve the eligibility community appropriately at all, and they were based on foundations that never intended to serve this community. And so the issue, I want to hopefully get to a point where we don't have to have this agency, where things are fair, but they're not. And so handing those responsibilities over to the current system, I think will defeat what we're trying to do here, at least for the next decade. And that is my concern. I know a lot of our recommendations, because we are in California and we do have these systems that we're supposed to help, you know, refer back to these systems, and we will have to do that. But if we don't have, we have monitoring already, we have oversight, we have data collection, we have all this, it's telling us the same thing over and over and over again. I think that this is a foundational issue for the eligibility community. And you know, so goes the board, of course. I won't be supporting it because I think that this is very instrumental, especially when we talk about helping people get through the bureaucracy. I think that would be the purpose of it. And I will also, because the Assembly member mentioned this yesterday, Dr. Grills, you mentioned today, I agree that one of our major issues in California is execution and implementation in our agencies. That is a larger issue, I think, that comes from people who govern being more concerned about instant gratification than what it takes to run agencies, which is very boring, no social media, you don't get a news headline, and that is the problem. That's a larger systemic issue, but I don't want to sacrifice the agency that will focus specifically on what we need to focus on. And then number two, this would still have to go through the legislature, so I would assume that there may be some modifications there, and that if we go in the door already removing a lot of that stuff, we won't end up with anything at all. So I won't be supporting it.
You're recognized.
I'm glad you brought that up because that is the crux of a lot of agencies that we create to, I'll use the word monitor or EEOC or anything that deals with discrimination, is how much power do they have? How much oversight? How much bite? What can really do other than write a report to say you were really, 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 really bad? And we've been trying to give them some more, I'll use the word that was used earlier, punitive opportunities to make sure that agencies or individuals act accordingly. And a lot of times there's resistance to that. And so again, trying to figure out not only the intent, I mean, this is where we're gonna have to translate to the legislature, because they may look at it as another arm to just kind of write another report that sits on the shelf, another report that sits on the shelf. And yes, you've identified everything, but what can they do to force an agency to act appropriately? And a lot of times systems are resistant to that because they don't want to be centralized. And well, nobody likes oversight. Nobody likes audits. And even though audits are really very important to ferret out where there's some problems. But I think we need to or come up with a plan or find an organizational structure that has this oversight that's been successful. We had that's been very successful at ensuring that people's rights are adjudicated and they're protected, and then that they level the playing field. And I'm not sure if there's one out there. So that becomes the other problem. Are we creating something that's never been done before, which California does? And if we are creating something that's never been done before, then we may have to open up our minds, not in a prescriptive kind of way where we say everything needs to fit in a box. We may be looking at something completely different. And so what does that look like? And do we need to brainstorm of what that looks like, which is where I think Dr. Grills is getting to. She's trying to make it work. She's trying to make sure that it gets done and is the most impactful. So how do we do that within a state government that's so huge? You don't want this California American Freedmen Affairs Agency to all of a sudden get lost and on a shelf. And 20 years from now, many people don't even remember what they stood for, or they get knocked out of the budget and they're not formally in place as a statutory or constitutionally mandated organization. I mean, there's juggling a lot of balls, but at the end of the day, we need to come up with something that will ultimately do what we're talking about doing, but making sure it has sustainability. And how do we do that?
Thank you so much for that. That's really helpful. I will just say that there was definitely care and intentionality around the framing of this policy proposal. In part, what you all are raising, the concern is that we don't want this interim report and this final report to just lay on the shelf. And actually, most of the reports are actually digital, so most of they're not even printed really. So the point is, how do we bring to life this 500-page report, and who knows how long the final report will be? How do we bring that to life? And so the policy proposal for the creation of this agency is how we bring what we've studied over the past year and a half to life. And so just to illustrate that, again, there's great intentionality around these proposals in that for each of the branches, for instance, that are proposed in this theoretical agency, it corresponds with each of the chapters in the report. And oversight and monitoring is baked into each of these branches when you look at the details of the proposal. So for instance, a civic engagement branch to help African Americans and descendant community engage in politics from youth to adulthood. That corresponds with the political disenfranchised chapter. For instance, the education branch, where we're talking about lobbying the state for free education and free tuition for the descendant community, that corresponds with the unequal education chapter in our report. We talk about, for instance, in this proposal for social services and family affairs branch, right, to help heal the harms within our Black families due to hundreds of years of trauma, that corresponds with the pathologizing of the Black family chapter of the report. When we talk about what's been stolen from us in terms of intellectual property and our lack of our historic watering holes, right? There's a cultural affairs branch in this theoretical agency that corresponds with the 9th chapter in the report, over control over intellectual creative life. We talk about the unjust legal system. That's a chapter in our report, right? There's a legal affairs branch in this agency that would help to guard the rights to ensure that not only the state of California, but the United States is fully protecting the citizenship rights of the descendant community under the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. That would be, one of the responsibilities of this legal affairs branch. We talk about, for instance, there's a chapter in the report about physical harm and neglect. In this theoretical agency, there would be a medical services branch that is catered to the particular and unique harms that the descendant community faces when it comes to physical health, mental health, and trauma related to that. I can go on and on and on. For instance, the last chapter in our report on the wealth gap, right? There is a branch on the business affair. There's a branch in this theoretical agency for business affairs that would facilitate, amongst many different things, business grants, interest-free loans, things like that, particularly for the descendant community, folks who want to start a business. That doesn't really exist in the way that it should in the state at this moment. And so, again, there was great care and intentionality around the creation of this proposal. Again, this proposal is in our interim report that we released almost a year ago. And it's just been fleshed out more to make sure that all of the proposed agencies fully reflect the totality of what's been discussed in our 500-page report. Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
So maybe I'd ask Task Force member to sort of clarify this. I think a Freedmen's Affairs Bureau is necessary. And I appreciate the fact that it tracks the 13 chapters. That's very clear to me. I also think that there are certain activities that are unique that are not offered now in any form that the Freedmen's Affairs Bureau would take up. There's matters involving genealogy assistance and this sort of thing. But in tracking that, for instance, I'm working on with Pastor Brown on education and healthcare. And there's a series of recommendations about what the medical industry and hospitals and medical schools and the California state agencies monitoring medical stuff need to do and need to change. And they're already sort of staffed up in that direction. And so, but they need to fix it. They need to change it. They need to emphasize. And so what I'm concerned about is to the extent that the description goes into providing direct services that might be duplicative. Basically, there are recommendations in education for colleges and universities to increase the pipeline of students that ultimately will become medical providers. And I'm reading in the outline that the affairs agency might be engaged in that kind of training and this sort of thing. So I think that would be my concern. The agency is needed. I hear Member Grills, I think she's saying she's fine with that, but we should have an oversight function. I would add that we do need to have the agency provide services that are not offered in any form now. But as far as statewide legal services, statewide medical services, statewide housing services, there are so many different agencies and institutions and schools that are already covering those areas that the proposals are making recommendations to fix. I think that's the narrowing of the focus that we're talking about. Is that right, Member Grills?
Because let me clarify what I was trying to say here. I believe that there is a need for such a bureau, but it's too encompassing. And it may be duplicating things that are available and that could be better managed by our community-based organizations that have the expertise in a number of these areas. So for example, where I get stuck is in that second paragraph, the purpose of the Freedmen Affairs Agency to identify how past state atrocities have perpetuated and created, et cetera, et cetera. That's what we're doing. So I'm not seeing that that's necessarily the purpose. I think the bullets that start below that those first two bullets are, I think, definitely on point for what the Freedmen's Bureau should be doing, as well as the next two bullets on the next page. I think things like this, civic engagement and education and the social services, cultural affairs, legal affairs branch, medical services branch, and business affairs could be better implemented by setting up a mechanism to fund directly to our community-based organizations that have the wherewithal and the knowledge and the track record and trusted in our communities to directly deliver those, rather than create a bureaucracy that has to figure out how to do it, find the expertise, and then try to implement it across the state, as opposed to going to our expertise that we do have, who have not had an opportunity to see the light of day of receiving funds to do what they know how to do. I don't think that, and I agree with Member Montgomery Stepp, that existing California agencies have failed us in being able to implement a number of things that speak to our needs. I wasn't suggesting that things be left at their doorstep to figure out, but more that we, one, go to our community-based organizations and start funding our own internal structures that can live beyond the work of this task force and even a Freedmen's Bureau. It's building community infrastructure. And then secondly, that, that made me lose my train of thought. But in any event, I think you get my drift.
Yeah, I'll just say, I think that's important. Like we definitely need to, be in partnership with communities. But the whole point of this task force is to call into question the state's role, the state's responsibility for the harms that this descendant community has, and has suffered. And so to me, it's kind of counterintuitive to, yeah, we should be in partnership with communities to the extent that we can, but to kind of shift the burden of responsibility in that way kind of seems to kind of circumvent like the entire spirit of why this task force was created. Its purpose is to ensure that the state takes the responsibility in ensuring that this descendant community is cared for. And then to remember Tamaki's point around, the potential duplicative nature of some of the proposals, I would respectfully kind of disagree and call, the particular proposal that you just mentioned in terms of the pipeline for Black doctors that's mentioned in the consolidated proposals. I'll just say the proposal, it relates to an existing pipeline to help all Black doctors, regardless of lineage, become, all Black people, regardless of lineage, to become doctors. It's particularly that program. I forgot the acronym, but it says African Blacks, Caribbean Blacks, and African Americans through the pipeline. That in and of itself shows that it wouldn't be duplicative to create, for instance, a medical services branch in the American Freedmen Affairs Agency, because by virtue of the existence of this American Freedmen Affairs Agency, it's built to serve the unique and specific needs of the descendant community, of the community of eligibility. And so just by that very point alone, would not be duplicative in nature at all, really.
I mean, that clarifies a lot for me. I mean, my concern was that we're charging the agency to do stuff that's not being done now. So it's really a question of scope. The holding the other states and CBOs to account, I think everybody agrees to that. That would be part of the Freedmen's. Yeah, so I mean, with that clarification, that's fine to me. Yeah.
Member Montgomery, have you recognized?
That when something is institutionalized, there is a budget every year that it gets. And with our organizations, our CBOs, it's very important for us to partner and try to provide that stability. But as CBOs alone do not have that stability to continue and institutionalize and sustain what we need to do. And we can this can be a part of the structure to try to set that up, but CBOs they don't have that same type of stability. And what we're trying to do is actually change the system and institutionalize some of the things we're doing here. And I think this is, a better way to do that.
Yes, Member Holder, you're recognized.
No, I got it. I had to turn it on before I started talking now. This is a really important substantive discussion, and I'm sort of going back and forth in my head. So I really appreciate all of your comments. It's giving me a lot to think about. And I do think that there is a way to bring all these issues together and come to a fairly simple resolution that incorporates all of the valid comments that everyone has made so far. One of the things that I do really like about this notion of a Freedmen's Bureau is because it's very much in keeping with this concept that reparations and damages for human rights abuses has to create systems that end the harm, that cause the harm to cease and desist and never happen again. And it's also supposed to create institutions that make communities whole in the sense that they get you to the place where you were before the harm even happened. And so I think about the original Freedmen's Bureau and that institution and how it was interrupted and disrupted and how powerful it could have been and where it would have been today over 100 years later if it had been allowed to survive and thrive. And so as I'm conceiving this, that's my touchstone. I'm like, where would we have been today if that original Freedmen's Bureau had been allowed to survive and thrive? And that should serve as a guiding light for what we want this institution to be. I also agree with the points that have been made about supporting CBOs that already exist in the infrastructure and that have already created a certain amount of, a certain degree of expertise in alleviating harms. And so I think we have to bring these two together. And so what I would suggest is just adding a bullet point as a recommendation to the legislature that this Freedmen's Bureau should exist in concert with the pre-existing infrastructure of community-based organizations. And the goal of the Freedmen's Bureau should be to support that infrastructure, make that infrastructure more sustainable, and eventually to pass on some of these things that need to get done to that infrastructure, right? So it's almost like if we had allowed the Freedmen's Bureau to exist the way it should have, that it would no longer exist, right? Because it would have made our community sustainable. And so that should be the goal of this Freedmen's Bureau, to make our communities sustainable so that it goes out of business, not to create another bureaucracy that ends up just becoming as swollen as the current bureaucracies.
Yes, that's great. And just to add, like, as she said, our task force, we're mandated for our recommendations to comport with international human rights law standards. And one of the forms of reparations under international law is guarantees of non-repetition. And so that is in part why this policy proposal was created in the spirit of comporting with international human rights law standards. How do we get the ongoing atrocities against the descendant community to cease, right? And so, yes, thank you again for that thought. So, any other questions? We do have a motion on the floor, and if you could, Dr. Gross, you can restate it, or I can restate it.
Can someone who has it written down restate it?
Yeah. So the motion on the floor is for the proposal to create a Freedmen Affairs Agency to be modified to act as an oversight or monitoring body rather than as it currently is, where it might, divert resources from community-based organizations and other entities within the existing framework that are doing similar work. You're looking at me like, on it, girl. Go ahead.
Okay, may I restate it?
Sure.
Okay, and I will try to synthesize some of the important contributions from the task force members. So the motion, as I'm stating it now, is to modify the role of the Freedmen's Bureau to, where possible, direct resources to existing community-based organizations to implement some of the tasks that are listed there, while other tasks remain under the direct implementation of the Freedmen's Bureau, such as managing reparations claims, the genealogy, the tribunal, the immediate relief to expedite claims. Once again, my train of thought has been disrupted. So that I don't know if anyone got that down.
Yeah, modify the role of the Freedmen's Bureau to, where possible, direct resources to community-based organizations while
retaining some of the other duties as illustrated in my examples.
Is there's okay, there's already been, well, that sounds like more of member holders, like addition of a bullet point, but it seems like the first motion that you made was something like entirely different. So I'm just gaining clarity on that. Is it in the spirit of member holder suggestion and just adding that bullet point?
Well, I think her bullet point was exist in concert with existing CBOs and infrastructures. I'm not sure if that's exactly what I was saying, that exist with it in concert with. I'm saying certain tasks that are listed here would be resourced to our existing and perhaps newly developing community-based organizations. And I don't think they'll be burdened by that. I think our community-based organizations have been struggling to get the resources to do the work that reweaves the social safety net that has been so tattered by various forms of oppression and denial of our community-based organizations to access state, county, and city dollars.
By the role of the Freedmen's Bureau to, where possible, direct resources to community-based organizations while retaining other duties remaining with the Freedmen's Bureau as illustrated in the previous examples. And there's already been a second. Any other discussion on the matter? Okay, call for the question. Parliamentarian Johnson, for a roll call vote, please. No.
Chair Moore votes no. Vice Chair Brown? Vice Chair Brown votes yes. Member Bradford?
Aye.
Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp? Member Montgomery Stepp votes no. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members voting and present. There were 7 ayes, 2 nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson and Task Force members. There are 7 ayes, 2 nays, and so the ayes have it and the motion carries. So now, as we can move on.
Chair Moore,
Yeah, sure. Member Scott Lewis, you recognize.
could I ask a question to the DOJ? A question about the kind of production of the document and I understand the amount of work that goes into producing this. And I'm just wondering, if there's any possible means by which task force members would be able to see some of these drafts earlier, even if they aren't finalized, even if there's an understanding that, even some of the task force seeing these various sections are still working things out. It just strikes me that I think a lot of what we just discussed, I think, and it was a healthy discussion and is necessary. And I know that the job is for us to come and deliberate and finalize these proposals. But, and this is no critique, but I got, my draft, I got it literally, I think maybe 5 or 6 days before our task force meeting, and so, I think the ability to kind of digest everything and to think through everything prior to the meeting was very challenging. I know a lot of us were just doing our homework, last night and that before, trying to get through everything. And I do worry about us, faithfully being able to understand and to deliberate with each other, without adequate time. And I understand that time is the issue, right? But I can imagine that, had Dr. Grills had the opportunity to have just even see, and maybe she did, I don't know, right? I know I didn't, right? But if we had the time to maybe even see some of the even rougher versions of this, we might have been able to provide feedback to the DOJ, who might have been able to then share that with Chair Moore, of figuring out, the appropriate mechanisms. But I think that would be really helpful, because again, just for the audience, you should understand that this is a 48,000 word document that, it's nearly 100 pages, right? This master proposal that we're talking about today. And I could read kind of quick, but it's still a lot of material to get through, to synthesize, and then to come with, a formulated, opinion on to then debate with our colleagues. So again, I know that the DOJ is working exceptionally hard, and I know that, there is a desire to, provide us with, as clear a document as you possibly can. I know you're also working under the constraints of our providing you with information. I understand that. But I would have happily have seen something like even an outline, you know what I mean? Even an outline. To say, okay, so here's where Chair Moore is thinking. So that way, or where her thinking is going. So that way I can at least, be prepared. So by the time I get this document, even if it is 6 days prior to the meeting, I know what's happening, and I might have even had the chance to provide some feedback. And I know we can't use, anything to. I know this Bagley King thing is. I know we should talk about that, but anyway, we can't talk about it. You get it? Okay.
Yeah.
That was I'm sorry, but I think it would be really helpful because we have an immense amount of work to do, between now and our next meeting, which it does seem as if our next meeting is when we will have to make we will vote on the final drafts, right? And so I can't have that document 6 days before that next meeting, and I think it'd be helpful if we can find some way to kind of communicate through the DOJ with some preliminary feedback.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We completely understand. And yeah, I mean, you've answered your own question in part, with regard to sort of communications. All of this is public. It's a public, process, and the task force determined to move forward as an advisory committee so that the advisory committees could come back rather than, for example, having one designee who goes and just makes a decision on behalf of the task force. So because of the advisory committee's, designations, everything does have to come back and be discussed amongst the task force members like this. We can't have, people sort of say to the DOJ, oh, this is my problem with this. Can you go talk to the member about this? And then finalize it. I mean, we do have some ability to convey to members feedback that we're getting, or if, for example, any of you follow up with us afterwards, which of course you all have, time through February 8th to sit with this, provide edits, provide us feedback. So that is sort of part of this is we've given you the draft. This is a time to discuss these high level things, and that's how we are using the time. People have a real concern about something at a high level. That's the discussion. It's not necessarily getting into the deep details, but you all have until February 8th on your own to go through the details, review the documents, convey any questions to us. We can engage with you individually on all the information. And then the idea is we're going to have a detailed outline, which is so this is kind of the process we did with report 1, where there was an extensive sort of back and forth on the material. And they were going to develop by the full task force. The difference is with the advisory committees this time. So we're going to kind of revert to that. The next meeting, the February, early March meeting, is going to be our sort of outline meeting. And at that point, we will have had all of your feedback from all of this. Again, hopefully by February 8th, you'll hear that from me at date several times. We really need feedback by February 8th from everybody. What?
Next week.
Yeah. Well, it's 2 weeks as opposed to 1.
I mean, I really want the public to understand.
Yeah.
I mean, so we understand, it's next week.
Yeah. I mean, and it is a compressed time frame. Obviously, there's no extension, and we are working under a due date that we have. And so we're going to take all that feedback. We will then produce another iteration of this, which will be circulated to all of you. And at the next meeting, we're going to have a discussion on those outlines, which is, again, not going to necessarily be in the deep detail. It's going to be making sure that we're taking all the feedback you're giving us in this meeting, the feedback you give us by February 8th, and then creating another sort of iteration of the document for all of your consideration. And then you'll have another month to the next meeting, which will be an opportunity for us to sort of finalize the document, which you'll be able to see the document, and then ultimately provide feedback at that time. And then another month for us to finalize the document for final approval, at which point we'll have another month and a half where you'll have an advisory committee that's going to be designated to truly finalize, print, get the document done before it's publicly released. So this is the second or third time it's come back. And it will come back again and again, and there will be plenty of time to weigh in.
And I think, well, thank you for clarifying that. And I think, one of the things that I'm trying to reconcile is that, and correct me if my recollection is wrong, but I do recall there being some opportunity to make edits when we were working on the interim report.
Yes.
And that wasn't done on the basis of us having, assigned responsibilities. Because there was, the total draft of the interim report, that was shared with the task force. And we were, welcomed to, go through and read and provide edits, and that didn't occur, through public meeting. It was like, okay, well, the language here may not be ideal, and so I think I'm asking if there's that opportunity, and that was still very much a work in progress. And I think in many ways, the task force was able to strengthen the interim report by having that kind of engagement as it was an ongoing, work in progress.
So if you look back on the interim report, this is the equivalent of the first time you all saw the drafts of the interim report. The difference between this process and last process is, in the last process, we were drafting it with experts. There was some consultation informally, and we drafted up these sort of lengthy chapters, which you all saw in their draft form. And that was the first vote that you took on the interim report. And then we came back with outlines that really got down to what we were really going to finalize, and then you saw the final report. The difference here, like I said, is that you all are really, have rolled up your sleeves and have gotten into the drafting of the proposals, and they represent all of your concepts and ideas. And as opposed to the first report was really objective facts, just a reciting of objective facts. So it's a little more difficult in this phase because it is the opinions of 9 people, really kind of brought together is always a challenge, and hashing through those in the open meetings is tough. Unless we were to have subcommittee meetings where different proposals were really hashed out in those meetings in detail. This is the process. But analogizing to the first report, this is really that first time you all saw prose, that you were editing. And so that's what we're asking for, your edits by February 8th. And then, like I said, you'll have more opportunities.
Right. Okay. I just want to and because I'm very sympathetic, to Dr. Grill's position on trying to, if you have, less than a week to get through a report, to then take in the recommendation, to then go away and then come up even with a counter recommendation or a modified recommendation. And I mean, we could see it even in the challenge of crafting the motion. It is, literally trying to figure it out right now. And I think, just given the stakes of what this report is, I think whatever we can do, and I mean, that's what I'm really getting at. Like, if we can think about any potential way, if it doesn't, breach any appropriate code of ethics or conduct, to even see an earlier draft, just so I know a week earlier, you know what I mean? Even, I think just with the process of synthesizing and understanding what's happening, just that earlier awareness would just be much, much, much appreciated, if it's possible.
We can work on circulating rougher drafts earlier on.
Yeah.
If that would help. It'd be rougher. I mean,
that's fine. I'm a professor. I see terrible writing all of the time. That's fine.
There's
and I do it
no
too,
terrible
so,
writing.
No, but meaning like,
Right.
You haven't seen my thing yet, so you have to wait. But yeah, I would appreciate that, and I hope the task force members, don't mind me, asking if maybe we could see earlier drafts of some of your chapters. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, so it's 12:07. Time check. Lunch is for 12:15. Video day, you can proceed to the next one.
Okay, if there's no other, just want to close out the general proposals. We're going next to the enslavement chapter, which is Chair Moore. It's your chapter. And I will just note that the only change in these proposals from the last meeting is the addition of proposals I and J. So Chair Moore, I don't know if you want to say anything on those.
Oh, yes. So the additional proposals are to accelerate scheduled closures of identified California state prisons, commit to closing 10 California state prisons over the next 5 years. Savings should be redirected to the American Freedmen Affairs Agency and to reuse of the facilities. And then the other addition is prohibiting private prisons from benefiting from contracts with CDCR to provide reentry services to incarcerated individuals. I listened or attended to the California Budget Committee's presentation on the fact that the state is in a budget deficit. And actually one of the recommendations coming out of that committee were that the state, which is already closing 2 prisons within the next few years, the committee recommended that actually more prisons be closed. And so if you look at the consolidated proposals, you'll see the sources for both of these proposals. Any questions? Member Jones-Sawyer, you're recognized.
All the years I've been in the assembly, I've been working on closing as many prisons as possible. And we've gotten to a point where we've much to the consternation of CDCR, we've got to a point where we've identified about 10 prisons 5 of them are going to be closed fairly soon. We're estimating over the next 5 years, there's probably going to be about $200 million worth of savings just from prison closing. I'm recommending that that money go to programs to end the school to prison pipeline, programs that help kids in our communities from getting into gangs and ultimately continue to reduce the number of people that are going into prison. And then to look at the savings that we got from closing prisons and ending recidivism. For every dollar, I believe for every dollar we spend, we probably save the state $10. And that every year when we do our budget, we automatically look at that audit, look at how much, and then we give 50% of that back to programs that help our community and to avoid putting more and more African Americans into prisons. And so I just wanted, just out of full disclosure, I'm glad we have that in there. I'm glad we're recognizing that California is closing prisons. We've been building prisons like crazy. We've never, and I mean never in the history of California have closed prisons. And the fact that we have 10 on the block that we can is an amazing thing. And I just want to make sure that the savings comes back to us and not necessarily go into the general fund where God knows that money will be spent.
Any other comments on these 2 points or the entirety of the enslavement policy proposal section?
I have.
Oh, sorry. Member Groves, you're recognized.
Yeah, I like the addition of points I and J, and really like what Member Joan Sawyer was sharing about the financial implications of the closures. I just had a question for clarification. With the closures, one of the other things that was suggested in item I was to reuse those facilities. And I was wondering if there could be some kind of clarification on what that means, because many of those facilities are actually in locations that are not easily accessible by members of our community. So what would they be used for?
Sure. So in the consolidated proposal section where the sources were cited, ironically enough, this actual recommendation for reuse of the facilities comes from a CBO, come from a community-based organization, a very well-known one at that, called CURB, where they are dedicated to ending mass incarceration and over-policing. And again, you can just look at the consolidated proposals and the sources and read through the work that they're doing. But the reuse of the facilities would be to transform, these spaces in a variety of creative ways. So yeah, look at the source.
But I still not, I know I'm familiar with CURB and their work, but I'm still not clear on, especially given their locations, what they would be reused for. And is it instead an option to consider selling those spaces and using the proceeds to further the other work that's needed?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Vice Chair Brown and then Member Joan Sawyer.
Some of them could possibly be utilized for us to deal with these food swamps and food deserts where we can have our people engaged in organic farming. Since we are the sickest, our nutrition is not all together, and we haven't had land. In 1900, we owned about 18 to 19 million acres of land. Today, we own less than 3 million.
Member Joan Sawyer, you recognize.
Maybe one of the recommendations that I will be making about using the former facilities is to lease
the land to a tech company or a company, then have them pay us on a 25 or 50-year lease. That way we know we get revenue on a continuous basis coming in, and then we take that revenue to then plow it back into our communities. And if the company's really successful, then maybe we have revenue that's coming in not only in decades and decades, maybe in the next century. And so one of the things that we have to do is learn how to use our assets a lot better, and not, no disrespect to what you just said, but we have a tendency to sell it and then we use that money, then it's gone, as opposed to being more business-like with government property and lease it. And if at the end of that time, we could lease it again to maybe make even more money as the rates go up and up and up with as you know, with renting property is going up and up and up. Well, guess what? Then all we have to do as a governmental agency is go to the mailbox and pick up our check and then use that money to help our community.
Member Holder, you're recognized.
When we're talking about California prisons, you know, over the last 40 to 50 years since the 70s, when the prison industrial complex went into full effect, you know, California built 30 prisons, right? And one university, right? And when you actually look at the prison industrial complex and what it looks like in California geographically, most of these prisons were built and erected in communities that were not Black communities, right? So Black people, again, were being enslaved in on these plantations, places that were environments that were completely controlled by non-Black people. And the building of these prisons was used to create an infrastructure and to build power within these non-Black environments that were like way out in the suburbs and beyond. So I'm thinking about this issue geographically, and to the extent that these institutions are in these environments that definitely do not serve Black people, how do we want to use these institutions to transform narratives, shift narratives, and make sure that the harm ceases and desists forever? So if we are going to keep these institutions and not tear them down, then they should be repurposed to some degree to ensure that the harm ceases and never happens again. So you can use them to generate money for our programs, but also I think to re-educate the public, and frankly to re-educate some of we need something to start to re-educate some of the people who lived in these environments that house these prisons, and start to really create a broader narrative shift about racism and how it's in service of, you know, of embedding power with non-Black people.
So, Member Montgomery said we recognize.
The reuse of facilities, and I just appreciate all the comments. I would just say when we talk about certain industries, like we know tech industry is white male dominated, and I think maybe tagging along what Member Holder just said to the end of the sentence, as it says reuse of facilities to ensure the harm ceases, that's very broad, but just something that would encapsulate it a little bit and focus it a bit to make sure the facilities were the exact opposite of what they're originally used for in whatever way it is. So
I left it broad intentionally out of, ironically, the respect of community-based organizations that have been doing this work for years. And so, ironically, is it really up to us to really define how it should be reused as bureaucrats and state employees, or do we just broadly put the recommendation out there and then empower existing community-based organizations to leverage that recommendation in terms of the fact that they're already doing this work? But if there is a motion that folks want to entertain to amend, that's perfectly fine as well.
The hard part.
Chair Brown, you're recognized.
We have these juvenile justice farms, such as Log Cabin, only about 35 miles away from San Francisco, with all that land out there. And right now, it's dormant. Can you think of there being a Piney Woods school right down the road from San Francisco? And you have Oakland, even over the Pittsburgh where they pushed us out to. So we are close enough. We're not all way out somewhere. And the other bottom line issue is we still have the moral obligation, though it may be difficult, to convert these persons. We still live on this earth. We still have mass communication. And as the Negro spiritual says, there's no hiding place down here. Went to the rocks to hide my face, but the rocks cried out, no hiding place. So you may think it to be too much asking of us, but still we got to fight and have our enclaves, our little Egypts, our watering holes. But we got to be realistic. We're still on terra firma on this earth, and we got to deal with them.
The last thing I'll note is that, again, in reading the literature coming out from these CBOs, mainly CURB, they have acknowledged that some of the land that these prisons were built on have been built on toxic land. So in some cases, the land, it's toxic if you read the report from CURB. And so again, that's why I just left it broad in terms of reuse of the facilities, because again, that's straight from CURB, but it really is up to the community to kind of think about the emancipatory possibilities in terms of what the reuse could look like, taking into account all of the factors, environmental factors as well. I don't even know if we have the time really to contemplate the full possibilities again, because we haven't really been doing this work. But go ahead, Senator Bradford, if you had something. So any other comments? Can entertain a motion to amend, to codify or ratify what's there in terms of the additions. Would anyone like to entertain a motion at this time?
Chair Moore, I'll also offer that, there's been a healthy discussion about this. Our staff have been taking notes. We can certainly work in the next iteration, which will be provided to everyone for edits and review. We can sort of develop that further so people can see what it looks like in writing rather than needing to do a motion or something like that.
Okay. And please do that for the Freedmen's Bureau changes as well, because it's a bit unclear about what that meant, what that motion really means in terms of the implications of what's on the page already. Thank you. All right, so we can just move on then.
Okay, so the third chapter on racial terrors is Member Grills. And In this chapter, there are just a few changes, expanding the membership of MHSOAC to add an expert in reducing racial disparities in mental health. Oh, these are new proposals. So the new proposals are C, D, and E.
Proposals. The MHSOAC committee is very powerful in the mental health world in this state, but they, from my opinion, have not demonstrated a real understanding of the mental health needs of our community, and the decisions that they make directly impact funding and programs that get to see the light of day. And so at this point, they have not included someone on their commission who truly has an understanding about mental health disparities and how to address that. And then you see that reflected in some of their decisions. So one of the additions is to add such an expert to try to temper or inform the decision-making of that body. In terms of D, funding community-driven solutions to decrease community violence. One of the things that is, I think, important for us to think about is that community violence is a serious problem in our community. And one could argue that to some extent, it's kind of what Freire talked about in Pedagogy of the Oppressed. The oppressed end up doing what he calls adhesion to the oppressor. You start taking on some of the mentality and the tactics of the oppressor, and you turn it on yourself and your own group. And so we need to disrupt that, and we need to understand community violence from that perspective, rather than people blaming our community and trying to suggest that our communities are violent by nature. The other thing about kind of bringing this notion in is that we have to understand the context that we put the members of our community into, and that anyone placed in those kinds of contexts will have natural survival reactions. So I think about the analogy of crabs in a barrel, and how crabs in a barrel will just keep pulling each other down and will even kill each other if you try to repeat the action of trying to get out of the barrel. And that one could argue that is perhaps what happens in our communities when folks go into survival mode. You got to eat, you got to have a roof over your head, you have to have a way to express yourself and be in community, et cetera, et cetera. But if you look at the natural behavior of crabs, when the barrel is an unnatural environment, just like the communities that are under-resourced that we live in is an unnatural environment. When you take crabs out of the barrel, if you look at some of the literature on crab behavior, they will actually help each other up a rock. They don't push each other down. And I think our natural instinct is to help each other, right? We are each other's medicine. And this whole notion about, I am because we are, and Sawu Bona, I see you, which means I have a responsibility for you, is our natural way. And so we need to then establish the context for our natural expression. And that means we've got to attack community violence. So that's put in there.
Yes, Vice Chair Brown, you recognize.
Man, to what Dr. Reels has said, and the immediate exhibit of that is what's going on right now in Memphis, Tennessee, with those 5 police officers internalizing the insanity of this police in America that we are facing. Just think about it. It's right before us. Classic example, beating that young man to death.
Thank you, Pastor Brown. The last addition to this section is item E, proposal to implement procedures to address the overdiagnosis of emotional disturbance disorders, including conduct disorder in Black children. And so that really is another kind of pipeline mechanism overdiagnosing our children pretty much sets them on a path throughout their experience in the schools and in the communities. And so we need to disrupt that. And one of the ways we disrupt that is by doing a better job at diagnosis. And we actually have a problem of overdiagnosis, misdiagnosis, and underdiagnosis in our communities. And so this edition is an attempt to begin to shine a light on that and to bring attention to changing that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Member Gross. Any comments, questions, additions? Move forward to the next one.
Okay, number 4 is political disenfranchisement, and that is members Bradford and Montgomery Steppe. And this is presented pretty much as discussed in the last meeting. I don't know if the members want to discuss anything specific or raise anything specific with the group, or if anybody has any questions about what's in the materials.
Montgomery Steppe, you're recognized.
I was just gonna say, we don't have anything to add at this point. I think this was mostly what we discussed at the last meeting. There was not a whole lot of feedback at that time, so Chair Moore, it's up to you if you want to open it up or.
I just have one question.
Member Girls, you're recognized.
Yeah, for item M, the increased efforts to restore the voting rights of formerly incarcerated persons. I didn't really catch this before, but I'm wondering if there could be an addition to that so that it's increased efforts to restore the voting rights of formerly incarcerated and ensure access to voting for those who are incarcerated that still have that right. We had to fight to make sure that the county jails in LA County allowed folks to vote when it was time to vote, that they got the proper information to make informed decisions, et cetera. And it was only well, not only, but I think the fact that our commission was shining a light on their vote, on the access to voting, that it increased voting turnout and voting participation by folks in the county jails. So we want to make sure that those who can vote, even though they're incarcerated, are able to do so.
That's great. Thank you for that. All right, so. Vice Chair Brown,
In addition to that, making voting accessible on college campuses, for the benefit of students.
Thank you for that as well. Any other notes? If not, we can move forward to the next.
Okay, and just in terms of a time check, 5 was our sort of internal goal of if we got to 5, we could break for lunch and then be on time. So it's your choice, obviously, but do you want to do 5 and then break, or?
We can go to break now and then resume at 1:30.
Okay. No, we just completed 4. We are on 5.
Let's just do 5. Yeah, let's do the last one.
Okay. So we're just preparing everybody. Prepare to get ready to go. We're gonna hear all the shuffling of papers. So number 5 is housing segregation and unjust property takings. This was members Holder and Jones Sawyer, and for housing segregation, and members Bradford and Montgomery Steppe for unjust property takings. Obviously, they are related, but all the recommendations are as they were coming out of the last meeting. So if anybody has any questions or if any of the members want to share out on their topics, floor is yours. And like I said, if anybody has feedback on stuff that we're not raising now, please let us know in the DOJ and by February 8th, and we'll also incorporate that. I think Vice Chair was.
Madam Chair, also in the area of housing, we need to include the adverse impact of lottery systems that have worked against African Americans getting their fair share of affordable housing. The lottery. And we need to have something to help us catch up. So there's parity, fairness, and inclusion.
Thank you. We'll make a note of that. Any other comments, questions, additions, modifications? Okay, so we're on track. So we'll resume for lunch and we'll come back around 1:40, 1:45.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to start up again. And I will turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that we may reestablish a quorum.
Okay. I will begin with the roll call with Madam Chair.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown is present. Madam Chair is present. Excuse me, Member Bradford. Member Bradford is present. Member Grills. Member Grills is present. Member Holder. Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer is present. Member Lewis. Excuse me. Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp is present, and Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. You need 5 to establish a quorum. The present number, the number present today is 9. A quorum has been established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Now we'll turn to the next, or resume the item on the agenda, which is 22, discussion and action item, advisory committee's final recommendations on potential remedies, remedial programs, laws, and apologies for atrocities in the interim report, part 2. Presenters, all task force members.
Okay, so we're picking up here at number 6, which you can see on display, separate and unequal education. The members of this advisory committee were members Tamaki and Vice Chair Brown, Vice Chair Dr. Brown. There are a couple of new proposals and substantive changes for this chapter. Member Tamaki, do you want to just introduce those, or do you want me?
Yeah, I can talk about the changes. I just want to commend the Department of Justice staff for doing really excellent work in putting these recommendations together. They're comprehensive. They're well footnoted to expert authorities and studies that have been done, and I think they're impressive. So just focusing, the contents are just summarized in those bullet points, but just focusing on changes. And I'll just kind of run through them very quickly. One is to continue reducing racial disparities in the STEM field, science, technology, engineering, medicine, for African-American students. And there's a report from the Education Trust and the Kaport Center report that lists 15 proposals to increase enrollment and create more equitable enrollment practices, eliminate barriers, et cetera. And that's certainly worth, I think, focusing on and for the legislature to look at. On K through 12 curriculum reforms, the proposal was added to require the Black Studies Fund, which is described in the proposal, the recommendations, as an entity within the California Department of Education to review curriculum and specifically teaching of history and identity and things that are really crucial given what everybody has presented and talked about and the purpose of the task force. And among the recommendations is to incorporate the curriculum of the Freedom Schools of Mississippi Summer Project. And that was a groundbreaking historical event during the intense period of civil rights, voter registration, marches to desegregate in the South. And a part of that was students and scholars began to teach summer projects. And much of it was standard curriculum, reading, writing, arithmetic kind of thing, but couched in history, civic engagement, Black history, movement, organizing, and found as a teaching methodology, it was very effective. And so that's reiterated here. And then taking that further, Freedom School summer demonstration pilot projects, which I understand have been rolled out in a number of different places across the country. And it's meant to augment, the regular school year, but it goes into both the academics, but also character building, leadership building, civic engagement, intergenerational servant leadership, which I understand is values to strive to serve others rather than serving yourself, and basically to solidify the sense of community as part of that curriculum. The next area that's new is expanding access to career technical education for descendants, so that the career technical education covers typically 15 different areas, and it's intended to create pathways for students to get into certain careers, whereas now, Black students are steered into professions or not steered at all. And this one, the CTE program is designed to provide for mentors, guidance, a path forward into technology, healthcare, construction, internships, college offerings. This might be in work, green technology, but with a goal toward the end of having a certificate and a skill or training in certain areas. And these programs are offered in colleges and junior colleges, community colleges, but also I think that the pathway actually begins in K through 12, at least to create that interest. And it also includes work readiness training. That's things like how to do a resume, and providing, I think very importantly, mentor input. And some of these, I listed some of them, but I think it's worth talking about more what these areas are. So agricultural studies, arts and media, building and construction, energy, engineering, fashion, health, and science, and so on. In terms of the chapter is written, talks about increasing Black enrollment in the medical professions, increasing the pipeline for that. And I was talking to Aisha about, and I'm sure we've taken a look at this, shining a light a bit, maybe in the report on Drew Medical in Los Angeles, which has had success in recruiting into the medical profession and targeting the African American community. There's another one going back to K through 12 on segregation, enabling students, like for instance in Berkeley, there's a process voluntarily where students can transfer to other schools within the district or outside of the district. It is a list of criteria that are met, but that program really needs funding for the public transportation part. And so we made some tweaks to that particular section that covers some of the basics, like if you want to go to another school in the district, how you get there, which is crucial to parents. I think I'll stop here. Yeah.
Member Tamaki, thank you for that. And I found this chapter very comprehensive and really well thought out. I actually do have perhaps the most trouble with the last section, which is section M on reducing K through 12 public school segregation. It's tricky, because effectively we understand how public schools work through funding. We know that a lot of public school funding happens through private PTA parent engagement. And so the idea of, I'm going to tell you a story about my son, who is a Berkeley Unified School District elementary schooler. And he goes to one of the first schools in Berkeley to integrate. And so he was in first grade, and that occurred during the COVID-19 lockdown, and so it happened over Zoom. And so I could hear him in his first grade class, and his teacher was, really celebrating the history of integration, at his elementary school, and ended the lesson with, and that's why at this school we no longer have segregation. And my child, who probably should be on the task force, said, but Mr., teacher's name, isn't there still segregation with money, right? And the teacher said, yeah, you're right, and then I moved on. And so I think we have to, I think in a way, shuffling around, Black children in a district, out of a district, doesn't actually solve the issues at all. In fact, they exacerbate them because they typically end up becoming, further minoritized into the schools that they end up in. And also you end up, not actually solving the structural issue, which is the poor funding of the schools that they actually have in their own neighborhoods. And so I understand that, what I'm suggesting kind of goes against the long tradition of integration, and we know that integration is almost explicitly facilitated in this country through schooling. But what I think the recommendation would lead to is, schools in Black neighborhoods, which, if they are poor schools in Black neighborhoods, actually continuing to suffer from poverty. Going back to the Berkeley model, so Berkeley also has a significant issue with the middle school system. So Berkeley has 3 middle schools: Longfellow, Willard, and King. So Willard and King are the higher performing schools in Berkeley. And Longfellow has long been seen as the poorest performing schools with the highest rates of suspension. Now, what's interesting about Longfellow is that Longfellow has been the school that if you were a inter-district transfer, say you wanted to go to a Berkeley public school from Oakland, where you would be sent is Longfellow. Right? So they're not going to send you to King, they're not going to send you to Willard, they send you to Longfellow. And so you're seeing that Longfellow is the one middle school in Berkeley with the lowest performance rates, right, with the highest suspension rates. And so what Berkeley has decided to do, following this model that they have, especially at the elementary school level, is they've decided to shuffle around people again in the middle schools by creating a rezoned approach that would basically bring more students from Willard and King into Longfellow. Effectively, to just speak plainly, rich white children from King and Willard into Longfellow. Well, one can imagine what the public town hall was, around that plan. Berkeley passed it, and now they're experimenting with this. But I think even with that, and we have to, I want to applaud the efforts. We have to think about the principle of integration and segregation by thinking about, I think, the holistic, economic situations which they are simply symptoms of. You don't have Black students in certain schools, right? Because parents cannot afford to live in the neighborhoods where those schools exist. So we understand that we are going to produce some policies around housing discrimination and incentives for housing that could help that. But I want us to just think about this, right? Because, in section M, there's just simply integration as a virtue, as a driving force of it. And it isn't actually, we shouldn't simply assume that integration means equality, right? And that is, I know, a difficult point to say and a difficult point to accept. But we know that is very true. And I want to say on the record for myself, there's nothing wrong with, a majority Black school in a majority Black neighborhood. there is something wrong with not funding majority Black schools in majority Black neighborhoods. It is very fine for Black communities to want to be Black communities. It is very important that a Black child can know that he lives in a community where his friends also go to school, where his teachers live. In fact, we understand, Dr. Brown, you talked about the kind of economic accomplishments a century ago, and the reason for those economic accomplishments because Black people live together, work together, right? And there was circulation of economic opportunity, but as well as, socialization. To live in a neighborhood with your teacher is a tremendous opportunity, right? To live in a neighborhood where your school is a central node of your neighborhood is a tremendous opportunity. And it's an opportunity that we have to recognize that mostly white students in their neighborhoods are able to afford. And I think this recommendation actually deprives Black students of that same opportunity.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, members of the task force, Dr. John, you really touched on a sensitive nerve for me. But right now, would you all believe that there are 5 middle schools in San Francisco? Middle schools where Blacks are in the minority. And in those schools, there is that persistent problem of violence, fights, walking up and down the halls, not in the class. In some instances, there's not been the kind of rebuilding community. And that has caused parents to not have a feeling of belonging to the school. So what's the solution? If you don't have intentional wraparound services in every one of those schools, where these Black students are a minuscule minority, you're setting up, again, our people for hurt and for harm. So that, Brother Martin, if we're going to push for integration, which is an ideal dream, we're going to have to make some allowances and nuances to make sure that it is mandatory that in every one of these schools, Black children receive quality, wraparound services. And that includes mentoring and tutoring and health services, for mental health and physical health. Can we not include that?
Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
So first of all, thanks, Professor Lewis, for noting that and also telling it through your own personal experience. I guess the challenge here is how you want to treat this section, and whether the principle of, I mean, it's easy to basically come to the conclusion that because we have a situation where schools and communities are not only segregated, but they are hyper segregated. And as a result, and as a attendant factor to that hyper segregation is underfunding, underserved communities. And the education proposal includes a fairly big section on additional funding to go to those schools. So point well taken. And let's fund those schools, which is ultimately what your son, identified. And he's going to be just like you, man. So, but the question is the issue of integration and voluntary integration, allowing that. So I just want to be clear. Are you saying as a principle that should not be in our recommendations and it's not worth pursuing? Should we leave it out or should we modify it in some way that paints a bigger picture? And then if we include it, I presume that we would add Pastor Brown's suggestion that, you know, when this is done, and bear in mind, this is voluntary, this is not forced busing that happened in the 60s and 70s, in which member grills experienced in Boston with having rocks thrown at the buses. But voluntary, the services, whether it's mental health or mentorship or whatever, could be part of the recommendation as part of that integration model. But fundamentally is just a matter of, you know, a gating thing. Are we taking a position on integration in principle?
Right. I mean, and that's why I said it was a difficult, you know, and thank you for the response, Member Tamaki, and thank you, Dr. Brown, for, you know, for bringing us to San Francisco and sharing that experience and your suggestions there as well. And I think absolutely where, you know, Black students are the minority in their current schools, there does need to be increased support. There needs to be a series of I think, I don't want to say programs, but there needs to be you know, a series of approaches that help to support those students, because, you know, operating, you know, as a minority in an educational environment is a daunting experience. Because especially as a teacher, you're teaching to the majority. As a professor, you're teaching to the majority. You're trying to, you know, make sure that your lessons are understood by the largest swath of people in your classroom. And then so when you're the only Black kid in that classroom, that lesson is not for you, literally. And so I think, you know, Member Tamaki, what I'm saying is that we have to focus on funding, you know, these schools, right? I think the question of, I think what I have is a question here to respond to your question, which is, what does this integrationist program actually accomplish? Like, what's the motivation of it? So my understanding is that it's meant to put, you know, Black students, right, in better funded schools, right? And we're using integration as a shorthand for talking about basically bringing poor students into wealthier or better funded schools. And so if the objective is getting these students to better funded schools, then we should provide them with better funded schools in their neighborhoods. I think if we use an integrationist framework, right, again, it's a sleight of hand, right? It is, let's not actually talk about the fact that we are not funding schools in Black neighborhoods. We are not funding schools adequately in poor neighborhoods. It's also getting us away from the fact that a wealthy school has extracurriculars and has all of these things because they're funded by wealthy parents, right? Who can afford to spend the extra $250 a term for their student to, you know, take chess or do whatever, right? So I think, you know, when I read section M, it is about, I understand the principle of integration, because integration is meant to respond to the so-called harm of segregation. But what segregation is, as my child said, segregation of money, right? It is unequal access and unequal support. And so I think in principle, what you have is if a neighborhood school in a Black community was adequately funded, there would actually be no driving incentive for a parent to want to send their child to another school in another district by some mechanism by which they can't walk their child to school. They got to put their child on a school bus at 6 o'clock in the morning and hope they get there, right? And I think, you know, at the end of the day, the bottom line is just funding these schools.
I have a question that's related to Vice Chair Brown and Member Tamaki. may or may not be related. In the preliminary recommendations for the separate and unequal education chapter in the report, there is a recommendation to provide funding for African American or American Freedmen owned and controlled K through 12 schools, colleges, universities, trade and professional schools. But I don't see it on this list. So I don't know, like, did you all talk about that in the advisory committee? Because for instance, like the first, expert witness that we heard, actually the DOJ invited them, Professor Roy Brooks, in what was it, like September 2021. Like he talked about the idea of, for instance, like boarding schools, like for African Americans. A lot of people laughed it off, but I know we saw him again when me and member Tamaki spoke at Santa Clara Law School a few months ago, and he emphatically kind of said, he supports this idea of like reparations in the form of education, of like African American owned and controlled schools, or funding particularly for African American students in African American neighborhoods. So it's kind of similar to, I think, what you're raising. So I was just wondering, like, in your deliberations, I don't know, like, what is your idea about that point in the preliminary recommendations in the interim report around providing funding for African American, American Freedmen owned and controlled K through 12 schools, colleges and universities, trade and professional schools?
As I sit here right now, I do not recall specifically that. What I do recall is additional funding to underfunded schools in highly segregated areas. There's mentioning of formerly redlined communities. I think that was part of the text, and so on. But I may be missing that. If
That's in the executive summary on page 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
My comments earlier. Again, I go back to the wraparound services. All of you saw Hakeem Jeffries give that masterful speech. But if you really get to know his journey, he came to that point of being that great mind and that terrific orator. Because number one, he sat at the feet of one Sandra Ray and Harry Wright at the Cornerstone Baptist Church in Brooklyn, New York. And number two, when he went to Binghamton College, where very much Black folks were in the minority, he ran into some capital. And that's where he got his wraparound services. And the only way we're going to make integration really work, these students K through 12 must have their place of meeting in that school and receive the wraparound services where they would get intentional assistance. I don't think that's asking for too much. And we will be able to deal with what Mr. Tamaki is raising the question about integration. But they must have the support in spite of services. That's the only way we've been able to make it.
My argument, though, is if it's in the interim report as a preliminary recommendation to provide direct funding for the creation of schools that cater to the African American community, like what is the rationale for it then not to be included as a final recommendation? Like what has changed from?
I think we missed it.
Oh.
I think that's this plain answer, and I'm sorry that we didn't address it. I think if it's in the interim report. We have to take that seriously and take a look at that. So I would ask, I don't know, I can't speak for Pastor Brown, you should chime in, but I think we should work with the DOJ and see how we might translate that into the recommendation.
I can briefly respond to
Yeah,
that.
please.
Just a couple of things. This discussion that you've all been having has ties into a couple of different recommendations that are in and may not have been translated in exactly the wording. And part of that goes to the recommendation on Proposition 209, which is an issue with regard to the specificity with which you're raising this point, and that's something that we've developed in our further research following the preliminary recommendations, which certainly express the sense of the task force about where the task force wants to go, and our job now is sort of translating that into these concrete proposals for action. So wraparound services, critical component that is worked into a recommendation on mental health in schools and health chapter, and I think it's a super incredibly important thing that definitely is one of the things that we've worked through. We do have increased funding to schools. It's A on what you're looking at on the screen right now with regard to the local control funding formula, and that will go to some extent to this issue of equity in allocation of funding. I think there's a lot of work to be done on that law that we've talked about in these proposed recommendations that kind of goes along the direction you're talking about. And then again, like I said, on those specific recommendations that were in the preliminary recommendations, a lot of them have been sort of diffused into a lot of the more specific recommendations that are being made on education, health, infrastructure and transportation and those things. So what we can do, Chair Moore, is if you have a specific question or anything you want to think about, if you want to send that to us, or this goes for anybody, obviously, by February 8th, as I've mentioned, send us your questions, and we can also help sort of back end elucidate exactly how different things are taken care of by all the different advisory committees. And I think that'll hopefully help tie all the loose ends together.
Chair Moore, may I just add? So I think we have to address your point, and I trust that we'll work with the DOJ team to do that. On the other point, I'm just seeking clarification from Jovan and the task force as to whether there's a philosophical disagreement over integration. I think there is agreement, frankly. I'm just guessing on the task force level that the wording can't be that integration is the problem solver here. And we don't want any impression that sleight of hand or kind of not focusing on the principal issue. So in terms of the local funding formulas and the additional money to be poured into that should go into underfunded districts or underfunded schools, that's clear, and that could be, for instance, reframed to be the real problem is disparate funding to the schools, and we're not proposing that integrated schools are a superior model than majority Black schools, for instance. If that is the direction, then it basically says that the underfunding of the schools is the problem. Integration doesn't solve that, but it still has a value in and of itself. And if, to the extent that that is a pathway forward for those parents and school districts that voluntarily do it, then we should have wraparound services. On the other hand, if our position is no, we're not going to support integration, as it should not find its way into any of our recommendations, then that's different. And so I'm not arguing about the point. I'm just kind of seeking clarity as to what you think should be done.
So that's why I asked the question. So is this just about integration as a good, right? And then if that's the case, then how does that actually correspond with, again, the history of harms, right? And so I understand that what you're saying is that that segregation, right? Not supporting segregation, right? But what I'm saying is that so-called integrated schools are actually more often than not majority white schools, right? I mean, and you know, the idea here is that I want you to explain to me, right, what is the corresponding harm here that this integration plan is meant to be responsive to. And I'm assuming that you're saying that that harm is segregation. And then what I want to know is, what actually does segregation mean? Is it I am a child, a Black child, and I don't have enough other kinds of people around me in my school? Is that a harm? Or is it, as it has been? Because when we talk about integration as policy in schools, what this has really been about is about trying to get poor Black students into better performing schools. Again, the idea of integration has been, I think, an ideal and I think a very productive way of trying to accomplish that. But what I'm saying also, and this is what Dr. Brown is getting at, is that that process also produces other harms, right? And so what I'm trying to say is, like, what does this actually accomplish, right? Because we know that integration as a virtue, as a principle, even as a policy already exists. You know, we know that the reasons why it's not successful is because people can't afford to live in places where these schools are, right? We also know that the issue is that the ideal of integration, right, as an experience in school, right, to my mind, and we could talk about having access to better education for individual students and so forth, right? Although they do come with harms. But, you know, what does that actually mean to Black communities, where students are being, you know, encouraged or provided with the opportunity to leave their neighborhood schools? What you have is a further depreciation of the actual, you know, student body in current Black schools, right? And we know that funding is typically tied to enrollment, right? Which means that the state will then provide even fewer resources to those Black schools, because some of those Black students are now going to a better school across town or somewhere else. And so what I'm saying is that there is an issue here that I want us to be attentive to the fact that integrationist model for schooling also produces other harms. And if I am going to endorse running the risk of those other harms, I want to actually understand what this recommendation around integration is actually responding to. What harm is it solving?
Yeah. I'll think out loud with you.
Yeah, and we're talking.
So basically, your analysis is another level. You know, when I read this, I did not think of that.
Right.
What you're saying. And I just assumed that with the additional funding to grossly underfunded schools, hyper-segregated, that principally, you know, resolve that, or not resolve the issue, but address the issue. And then to the extent that there's opportunities for kids to go to school with kids of other races, that has merit in and of itself. Not as a way of solving this problem of hyper-segregated and underfunded schools, but rather as part of the educational experience, right? You know, and part of that, frankly, is we all draw from our own experience. I grew up in Oakland, and I went to Oakland High School at a time when it was very democratizing. The rich white kids had to go to school with the poor Black folks and other minorities. And there was some value in that. Now, that was a moment in time. With everything else that's happened, Oakland, like everywhere else, became hyper-segregated. But Oakland High was neither a, you know, highly segregated school one race. It was amazing at that period during the 60s that there was that degree of segregation, and there's merit basically in having that experience with other races. especially in the country we live in. But that said, I don't want to have the report be misunderstood that by this program, whether it's a Berkeley integration plan or something else, we're actually solving a problem and not creating more problems. So I want to consider and include what you're saying, but in the end, we need to provide guidance to the DOJ as to what the next draft is going to look like. So, I mean, one simple thing is to leave it out. Don't mention integration at all. Another way is to say the principal problem is disparate funding for schools. We need to fix that. And to the extent districts want and parents want to have voluntary education to create an experience for their child, son or daughter, fine, but we need to have wraparound services too to make sure to ameliorate what, the harm that Pastor Brown was talking about. I'm open to any way that the task force or you're suggesting. I'm just looking for sort of a clear instruction to
Sure.
DOJ in the next iteration.
And I think, so under, I'm not saying that we should get rid of, trying to improve, racial integration, because sure, right? I think being in a diverse environment, right, we've seen leads to all kinds of exposure and opportunities for exposure and expansion of one's worldview. I understand that. And I think within the context of integration, what Dr. Brown is recommending is, I think, the most appropriate, the appropriate remedy for thinking of, what to do in regards to integration. What this is actually trying to facilitate integration. What I'm saying is that there's no policy stopping, you know what I mean? There's no racist policies stopping, right, integration in schools, right? What there's housing policy that is prohibiting integration in schools, right? There is labor policy stopping integration in schools, right? And so what I'm saying is that actually by saying we're going to incentivize and provide funding to increase integration, right? And this is integration which is about moving to a better performing school, right? What I'm saying is that, to my mind, actually introduces, right, harm, because again, it takes away from the enrollment in these poorer performing schools, right? Assuming that they're poorer performing schools, which I'm assuming, let's say in this case, are meant to be represented by Black poorer performing schools, right? Which also, to my mind, also tears at the fabric of these communities.
Understood.
And so I think in terms of integration, it should say, in supporting the state's, right, commitment to integration, right, there needs to be services in schools that help support the experiences of Black students who are especially in majority non-Black schools, right? And I think that's appropriate, because that to me responds to a very distinct harm, right? And is about supporting, students who are in these schools. As Attorney Newman said, Section A, is about supporting and funding, these Black and poor schools. We should maybe say more about that. We can expand that section.
Or we could eliminate the section entirely. I mean, my understanding, unless the DOJ, correct me if I'm saying this wrong, not every school district allows inter-district or intra-district transfers. I mean, once you go to a school, that's your school.
Right.
And Berkeley's unusual in that it has a process. But what you're saying is, in that process that allows students to opt out,
that process
it
is
could
necessary.
create problems.
The process is necessary because the schools that the students are currently at aren't funded adequately.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
And we could totally say that.
Yeah.
In this report.
Yeah.
I mean, let's tell the truth.
Yeah.
But I guess the question as a position for the task force,
yeah,
do you want to just eliminate it? What do you think is?
What I'm saying is that I think the language of M, right? If M is to represent integration, right, and anti-segregation in schools, should be what Dr. Brown proposed, which is to say let's provide better services for Black students who are in, right, who have been able to go into these other schools, you know, because I think that we have to be mindful of the motivation oftentimes, right? I mean, I'm gonna just speak frankly. I don't think your average Black parent is sending their kid to some other school because I really want my kid to go to school with other kinds of children. I don't think that's the primary motivation, and I'm not speaking for anybody. Well, I'm making an assumption. All right, the motivation is, oh, that school has high performing, you know, test scores. That school has this services, has those amenities. Oh, there's, you know, I mean, that's the motivation. Right. And so, you know, I think with this model, it isn't changing that. It's just facilitating, because as those Black kids who leave their poor schools and go to these other schools that are already well resourced, they're actually going to become more resourced because enrollment is increasing.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think, you know, it's if we think about this comprehensively, right? If there is housing, there, you know, if there is all of these different things that actually lead to the issue of school segregation being responded to, you know, really across this whole, you know, our whole policy, you know, that should in principle begin to respond to the actual core, the kind of core reasons for school segregation. What I want us to be mindful of is, again, how our recommendations might actually go and produce newer forms of injury, right? So we should fund Black schools.
But should we have then a paragraph on basically it has this deleterious bad effect?
By increasing, no, what I'm saying is we should fund Black schools, which is in A, right? And we should say more to that.
Right.
Right. Under M, I think we should adopt more of Dr. Brown's thinking, which is to say within the context of integrated schools, where school districts, right, school districts should be encouraged to, right, open their doors to anybody who wants to come, right?
But if they do that,
they need to provide further wraparound services.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
But the way that this reads right now, it kind of feels like it's like encouraging
totally get
this,
yeah.
right? And that's, to me, that is injurious, right? And so that's what I want us to kind of be.
So the M has to be rewritten.
Yeah.
So we're not actually asking for a motion to change it, but rather to edit this to basically reframe it.
And this is just my feelings. I know there's plenty of other people down this end of the table, you know. If you have other thoughts, please.
I'll be quick. I don't think I have anything new to add. My thought process was to kind of, the document should reflect the prioritization. And if we know that there is integration now that is occurring, then I think we have a responsibility to add that additional services need to be provided, wraparound services need to be provided. But I would agree that, you know, we need to prioritize funding our Black schools. I will say that San Diego doesn't really have majority Black schools. So how we frame that language is even, you know, but the intent of that, I think, is where I would want to see that prioritization in the document.
Yeah, I share my brother's concerns about the integration issue, and I think the real underlying issue is something that we've had several studies actually document this, which we're dealing with discrimination in the form of teacher quality and school finance, and that if we actually address some of these root causes, then we might see some white students wanting to come to our schools, right? When we start seeing white students and other students wanting to come to our schools, then I think we will have accomplished something. And I think it's probably better to focus our attention on making things equitable and fair and resourced, not equal, because equal just means and that's not going to cut it. I think also the issue about integration and like having our children go out to other communities, There have been some troubling studies that have shown things like what happens if you're a big fish in a little pond, which is our best and brightest students in our schools, and then having them transferred to become little fish in a big pond, which is they're now the quote unquote minority in a majority white environment where they are subject to a host of problems around racial stress and racial discrimination and trauma. And that in fact, our kids do better in our own schools, socially and emotionally, and if they were well-resourced schools, even academically.
I don't think there needs to be any motions, right? Okay.
No. Do you have enough guidance?
Yeah, I think we have guidance and can work with the advisory committee as well as you, Member Lewis. We can take your feedback as well and just give it to, and we'll incorporate that as well into the document for the final document.
All right, any other comments? If not, we can move to the next. Oh, sorry, Member Gross, you're recognized.
I just had one, we asked around, I can't find it now, related to item D. I know it's not a new item, but I didn't quite catch this before. So the item D is improved access to educational opportunities for all incarcerated people. And I was wondering if we could expand that to include evidence-based incarceration for those still in custody. We're about to release a report for LA County that I led for my commission. And what we found is that, no surprises, Black folk are the ones least likely to get into the education-based incarceration programs across the jails.
Okay, thank you for that, Member Gross. We can move on.
Okay. Yeah, that's noted, and we'll expand on that. The next one is racism in environment and infrastructure. These proposals has been, as I mentioned, they've been shifting around. So these proposals have been included in mental and physical harm and neglect. We'll talk about it in a minute, and also a little bit of education. So we can move on then to pathologizing Black families. Dr. Grills is the member who is on the advisory committee for this. So Dr. Grills, do you want to introduce, there's one new proposal, and do you want to otherwise talk about the proposals?
I think we can go to the one new proposal, which I don't remember which one is new. There's so many in this.
It's proposals to address disproportionate homelessness among Black Californians.
Okay. So one way that we end up pathologizing our families is connected to housing. I mean, all of these different points are all interconnected, but we realized as we were going through our recommendations that there needed to be some additional attention to the role that homelessness plays. It increases the likelihood that our children will be taken away from their parents and put in the child welfare system if they are unhoused. And then just the mere fact of being unhoused, whether one is living in one's car or in motels and motels mostly, it puts a strain on the ability of that family to be a whole and functioning family. So I don't know what page that additional piece comes in. Can anyone help me? 64?
64.
Okay. Yeah. So the things that were added here is to streamline and incentivize the development of permanent supportive housing and extremely low housing, mandating anti-bias and other training for staff of homeless service providers because there's uneven treatment by those who are trying to access the services that are already there. And then to fund permanent supportive housing diversion programs for folks who are incarcerated in the county jails. fund a study and analysis of county jail efforts to secure housing for incarcerated individuals upon release. Again, that's another area where things are very uneven. And if I think of the example of women, and then Black women in particular, I don't know if folks realize you could be released from CRDF jail in the middle of the night with nothing. And of course, there are folks waiting there to prey on them. So we've got to look at, and the reentry services are located over at Twin Towers downtown. The women are across town in Linwood. So, so there really needs to be some accounting and addressing of that. The fifth one was develop and launch a racial equity initiative, allocate broad-based funding to community-based organizations. There are a number of community-based organizations that are already addressing issues related to housing concerns for Black residents, for African-American residents. For example, right in Los Angeles, there's a consortium of about, I think it's 20 Black organizations who have been working on diligently issues related to homelessness, and we need to support them. And we need to support them to scale, because the other problem is that, one, our organizations don't get access to the money. If they get access to the money, they are funded at levels far below what is needed to get the job done, which is essentially setting them up for failure or setting them up for serious burnout. The seventh one was to increase compensation for homeless service providers, and that kind of goes along with what I was just saying, that the pay scales for folks who are doing this important and difficult work is not a livable wage, and we need to change that. Eighth, enact civil rights protection to guard against housing and employment discrimination, strengthen housing eligibility and tenant protections, fund and implement measures to protect homeowners. So again, understanding there's a lot of emphasis here on housing because of the direct effect of housing on the ability of a family to be whole and fully functional.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Member Gross. Any comments, questions, additions? Hearing none, we'll move forward to the next committee.
Okay, the next chapter is control over creative, cultural, and intellectual life. And Member Chair Moore, you are the advisory committee for this one. And there's one new proposal, which is to erect monuments, plaques, and memorials, memorializing and preserving Reconstruction era and the descendant community.
And I added that because J, initially the proposal was to identify and remove monuments that memorialize Confederate culture, but I noticed that there wasn't any recommendation that talked about, okay, once you remove them, what do you replace them with? So that is why we put in there, well, I put in there, to erect monuments, plaques, memorials that honor the brief period of Reconstruction in this country. Notably, Dr. Brown brought Professor Kidada E. Williams' book that just came out, I Saw Death Coming, A History of Terror and Survival in the War Against Reconstruction. There are several different entities like the National Museum of African American History and Culture, that are reviving this Reconstruction era history. And also similar to what I've mentioned before in terms of the denazification of Nazi Germany. So not only did Germany work to remove any lingering remnants of Nazi culture in Germany, but they also replaced those monuments and relics with monuments and relics that honored those who were victims of the Holocaust. And so when you visit Germany, you'll see those memorials and plaques are everywhere, showing what the Holocaust victims, survivors went through, and that contributes to the culture they have today in terms of being very accepting and all of that. So yeah, that's why I put that in there. So are there any comments, questions, additions? modifications? Oh, it could be to any of them.
Okay. May I?
Sure.
Yeah. Nothing about what's already there. I was just wondering if there might be, if I could pass on some information to the committee. I was able to speak with, at length, some folks in Black media. And they've been working on, they've done a report, and they have a blueprint related to Black media. And so one of the things that they are suggesting is for Black media institutions and Black media makers to have access to repair themselves from the harm caused by anti-Black narratives produced by dominant white media institutions and supported by government policies that have basically prevented Black folk from creating and controlling the distribution of their own stories. And I know that there already is in California, a California journalism bill, which they actually spoke to. That bill is, it was passed last year, I think, state legislature, and it earmarked $25 million that's currently is going to go to UC Berkeley, if it hasn't already, and to their graduate school of journalism to fund fellows to work at journalism institutions. So they would go to major news organizations and work there. And it's the largest investment of funds to support the cultivation of journalists. The problem or the concern by the Black journalists is that essentially it's still going to there'll still be barriers to them accessing these resources and to the building up of the Black media itself. So I would like to just share the ideas and the studies that they themselves have done for consideration to include them.
Thank you. That's great. So I'll definitely accept that. I will say though, in the proposal to create the Freedmen Affairs Agency within the Cultural Affairs branch, there was a proposal directed towards Black media specifically, but we're all reworking some stuff, so thank you. Any other questions? Modification? Okay, hearing none, we'll move forward.
Okay, the next chapter is stolen labor and hindered opportunity. The members here are Bradford and Montgomery Step. There are no new proposals. There's been development of the proposals that were discussed last time. So re-elevating it in case anybody had any feedback regarding what is in the 105-page concise edits or suggestions.
Yes, member Scott Lewis, you recognize.
Thank you for this section. I wondered if any consideration should be given to the kind of creation of some kind of like investment infrastructure, banking infrastructure, something like that. Because I think all the proposals are great in terms of trying to, improve the wage, income, etc. Businesses. And so I think what might still be needed is to say, well, who do you get your, who do you facilitate, that business with or through? And so again, if there's interest in trying to support the development of banks, etc., to kind of, what's that? Yeah. So we said there are businesses, but there's like the investment component of it. So so we can create a business, but then we're putting our profits into where, and I don't know if it's appropriate to do that or not. But that just feels like that's one part of the missing ecosystem.
I didn't come prepared to talk on that, but this has been discussion in the legislature through various means. I chaired banking a couple years ago, and that was discussed, having an African American funding source, so to speak.
institutions. So
Yeah.
I'll further explore that. I know we're looking for an answer today, but I agree with you there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still in a period of feedback. So I think, but
Yeah.
like, so I'm like, yes, you know, so better wages, you know what I mean, better training,
Yeah.
more better wages, which can go into helping to produce more Black-owned businesses. But then I think it's, where do those businesses put their money?
Exactly.
Where do you put your increased wage? You know what I mean? And so I just wondered if that was part of the kind of cycle, of it. So
it needs to be. I
Okay.
mean, we didn't do a deep
All right.
dive there, but no, that's good. Good point. Especially in light of, I don't want to call out the wrong bank, but just 2 weeks ago, which bank was it that was fined for not lending to African Americans specifically? Loan program was dismal.
I know Wells is doing some nonsense.
Yeah, all
All of them.
Yeah.
All of the above.
Yeah, true. But this is so egregious that it was really not like.
Yeah, I mean, especially, when something happens at the federal level, you know what I mean? The banks should be target number.
Than I, but you have One United and so many other that were Black institutions were doing specifically that. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the history is that like a century ago, there were over 120 Black-owned banks in the country, and now we're talking about a fraction of that today. So I mean,
Banks and insurance companies.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Member Holder, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the section for it, especially since I'm a little bit
What did you
confused
say?
because
Oh,
section
One United. So
13 on
City
105
National, that was fine. Yeah.
says
Yeah.
the wealth gap
Yeah.
proposals for this chapter are addressed separately.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'll
sure what that
explain
means, but
Yeah.
That might end up negating what I'm saying if there's going to be a separate place to address these, but I'm thinking of putting proposals that have to do with the wealth gap or creating professional pipelines to help diminish that. I'm right now, I'm thinking about putting that in this chapter. And so that's what my suggestion was going to speak to.
So can I maybe share more? I might have to just skip ahead quickly to discuss my section, which is the wealth gap, and so that's exactly right. So thinking about banks and lending infrastructure was something that I initially wanted to put into the racial wealth gap section. But as of the last meeting in December, we had that conversation about what the wealth gap actually would represent. And so, because in thinking about federal reparations, the wealth gap is meant to represent the total sum of harms against African Americans. And so, what economists who advocate for reparations, like Solidarity, are saying is that you can take the differential of wealth between white Americans and Black Americans, and that's what Black Americans are owed, right? And then that's reparations, right? And so, but what we've done is we've taken a different approach to coming up with recommendations where we have these 12 areas, we're developing policies around them. And in particular, we have the 5 areas that we have decided would be calculated and used to determine a kind of direct compensation-based reparations. And so therefore, what that means is that the idea of the racial wealth gap is no longer really applicable to what we're doing, because the wealth gap as a form of reparations is effectively being done through those 5 atrocities. And so what Chapter 13 would look like is basically a presentation of what the economists are working on. So Chapter 13, the racial wealth gap, in principle, will be, I don't want to speak on a turn here, but what Chapter 13 would represent is effectively the recommendations around direct compensation for those 5 areas, because that is what the wealth gap means in reparations generally. So if there are like actual policies around, I think, wealth and income and so forth, like the everyday experience of wealth disparities, then I think they might be most appropriately put into into this section, which is what we're discussing now.
Okay. All right, so that, with that clarification, I'll go ahead and, just make additional recommendations for this chapter. I think that we should be thinking about building professional pipelines for professions that teach people about investment and assets, and making sure that there are more Black folks in those professional spaces. So pipelines to investment banking, CPAs, tax advisors, investment advisors, just creating career training programs that encourage the building of those types of professional pipelines specifically. And also in terms of licensure, and professional development and what it takes to get a license, for instance, to be a CPA or to be in those investment and equity building career spaces, we should think about encouraging that part of that professional development be responsive to the need for building wealth in the descendant community. So doing pro bono hours or training hours that focus on building wealth in the descendant community if you want to get into those professions. Just think, just maybe thinking creatively around that type of proposal.
Any other questions for the committee on the wealth gap? We're on it.
So to confirm, Member Holder, you want that to go into the section on stolen labor and hindered opportunity. Yeah, so it's not. Yeah, so so I was explaining, that it may not be appropriate for what Member Holder is recommending to go into the wealth gap section, but but I had to explain why. So which meant that I had to talk about my section, prematurely. But her recommendation was for labor and hindered opportunity.
Any additional comments for this committee on stolen labor and hindered opportunity?
I just have a question. I'm not sure where this actually fits, but it's reminiscent of the excellent testimony that we heard yesterday from Johnson and from Odom, related to tax consideration. So I'm wondering whether or not somewhere in among our recommendations, we might look at creating a California tax on luxury items as a way to fund reparations. Secondly, and this is coming from some of my community members, conduct an analysis of California's unclaimed rebates, probate assets, and other categories of seized assets, and redirect a portion of unclaimed assets to fund reparations efforts.
And so that's actually part of question 5, right, of our 5 questions. So I think I have a question for Michael. So those 5 questions, I think it's the 5 questions committee, right? Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
It's the 5 questions committee continued.
Right. And so my question is, how might that be represented, or what are the ideas for how that's represented? How that will be represented in this policy report? Like, how do we respond to the 5 questions? Is it part of the introduction or the general proposals, or?
It's a great question, and it's and there's sort of a 2-part answer.
Okay.
One of them is also, we're working through the recommendations chapter by chapter. We're still working on a recommendation as to how to organize it. We want to create a sort of chapter that talks through all of the recommendations together. There may be reorganization, there may be the way we lay it out. So we're working through what makes sense narratively now that we're sort of all coming together with the advisory committees and everyone coming together through them together. So the question about collapsing potentially the wealth gap or not necessarily having a separate wealth gap set, I think the answer as we work through that final organizational question. And then the 5 questions sort of underlie all of it. The 5 questions really go to when you're talking about who's eligible for different things based on when they're in California or when they suffer harm or level of suffering harm, or eligibility generally and how that undergirds some of the recommendations. We will, in probably the next meeting, have this discussion about committees have talked about different types of eligibility. For example, certain things may not be able to be restricted to, descendants. Certain things may not, because, for example, the death penalty, it would be difficult. I mean, it's still the task force can recommend however they want to recommend it. If you decide to recommend the elimination of the death penalty, is that the elimination of the death penalty completely in California? Is it the elimination of the death penalty only for people in a certain group? Those are going to be some of the final things that are going to have to be addressed when we finalize these recommendations. So those tie in together. And then when you answer those 5 questions, that will influence the way all the recommendations are finally done. So you're sort of answering those questions for all of the members, which is why we want to move towards answers on those sooner rather than later.
So to clarify, so question 5 is like, how do we pay for it, right? Yeah. And so will each chapter then have effectively a section that represents chapter 5's question? Like, how do we pay for stolen labor and hindered opportunity? Or is there just simply going to be, say, at the end of the policy, here's our recommendation? Because I'm basically just trying to figure out where Dr. Grill should be placing her recommendation. Because you got to clean your phone. But if I'm trying to figure out where, because it sounds like you maybe want to make a recommendation to the stolen labor section. But that does sound like a recommendation for how to pay for, or a part of the recommendations for how to pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, the 5 questions are just very specifically guiding the experts. So the sort of the wealth gap overlaps with the monetary compensation. So you're answering the 5 questions specifically to direct the experts on their calculations. Right. Either calculation of reparations recommendation or their recommendation how to calculate reparations. Right. We are also going to be working through DOJ supporting task force members on eligibility for all of these different policy recommendations. And if there are different issues, like I mentioned, the death penalty or schools or things like that, that are more generally applicable. And so I think when you're talking about who's going to pay or how we're going to pay, that's really going to the money question. If you want to have a recommendation that talks about what I think Dr. Grills may be talking about is creating sort of an ongoing fund that would serve to fund all of these recommendations, policy recommendations and reparations. I think that would be, we'd have to figure out how that would fit in, but there's sort of a difference between those two. Is what I'm hearing.
I mean, I think there is, but I mean, I can imagine, just for argument's sake, in the structure of this policy, that there is, questions 1 through 4, I understand are meant to be guiding the experts, but there are also questions that help to kind of contextualize what all of this is about, you know what I mean? And why we have this community eligibility, how we determine eligibility, how that eligibility would be, guaranteed or what have you. But then question 5 is like, well, how do you pay for it? And so I imagine that there could be a separate chapter, right? Which is, here are our recommendations. So we had people come yesterday and tell us, well, we think you could tax this person, or you could, or I'm asking where in the policy are we meant to put that recommendation?
I think
as you currently see it.
That's a good point. I think it might be its own, I mean, again, depending on the organization of the chapter on recommendations, when you're talking about concrete recommendations for how to pay for everything, partly, obviously, we'd look to the experts to give us advice on that because a lot of them have done work on this, but there would be room for us, for the task force to delineate a whole bunch of suggestions to the legislature as to how to fund it, not only in the first place to get the original cash reparations, but also as an ongoing matter.
I think I'm just asking a question of format and structure of the document. So like where would what Dr. Grills is saying, which isn't just about the stolen labor issue, but the general program of paying for the reparations, is there a plan? Because DOJ is structuring the actual document. So is there going to be a section where we have the set of policy, or not policy, the set of recommendations for how to pay for it? So is there going to be a separate section, or is it going to be?
The experts are going to make recommendations. I mean, ultimately, that's a decision for the final report. So either we could have, I mean, I guess you're asking much more of a.
I'm just asking where it's going.
Organization, we don't know. I mean, it'll be whatever you decide. I mean, you guys will decide where it goes.
Because I just basically want to be able to tell Cheryl where to, you know what I mean, or whoever's taking notes, or however things are being collected. Because what I'm saying is that what you're saying, Dr. Grills, I don't think it's necessary for Bradford and Montgomery Step to go away and try and think about that. That sounds like, well, when we're paying for whatever the sum is of this stuff, right? We're saying, here's how we suggest you go away and fund it. And I just, because this current policy proposal is basically a structured document from the interim report and those chapters, we don't yet have a section on to pay for it. And so I'm just asking, so that way Dr. Grills knows where to.
There can be, I mean, again, this could be either its own chapter, how to pay for, or own section of this recommendations chapter, how to pay for it. There can also be a certain things like, I don't know if there are certain sort of direct connections between, we were talking about selling off, jail, prison facilities and what to do with it.
Right.
So integral to the different recommendations may be how to pay for some of the recommendations.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. What I was asking is if question 5 was going to be built in, just like with the interim report, there were recommendations that followed each history, right, of each chapter. So here's what's happened. Here's what we recommend you do. And then what I'm asking is, would there be, say, in principle, a following section, like, here's how you pay for it, right? Or is there just going to be an overall chapter? Because if it is in each chapter, there's a section recommending how to pay for it, then it is appropriate then for Dr. Grills to give that information to members Bradford and Montgomery Step, because they would need to maybe write that in.
So I think the concept had been, we have the interim report, and the interim report talks about all the harms that had happened, and that sort of stands on its own. And then a chapter on recommendation. There's a chapter obviously on reparations. From the experts that have been retained, they'll develop this recommendation for you all on actual reparations, and then we'll have a chapter that'll talk about all of these recommendations. The organization is yet to be determined whether it makes sense to tie it in with each chapter to something else. And in those recommendations can also be certain specific policy suggestions for the legislature to consider in terms of funds that are available for paying for all these things. Ultimately, the legislature and the Department of Finance will make their determinations on whatever the proposed legislation is, but the task force can certainly make recommendations about where money may be influenced by these and other experts.
Okay. So I guess, Dr. Grills, just make a note. Yeah. All right. Because there may be a chapter that, I don't know where it's meant to go yet, so.
Committee chapter.
Mental and physical. The next chapter is number 11, an unjust legal system. And the members on this Advisory Committee are Holder and Joan Sawyer. Sorry, checking on my updates. There are no new proposals. The proposals that you see delineated here are the ones that are in the 105-page document that we discussed last time as well. I don't know if the members have any updates or information they want to share, or if any of the task force members have any questions.
Then no, there's nothing else more that I want to share, except just so that there's no confusion. We've had some earlier recommendations that could have possibly been put here. We have no, there's no authorship, but the example I'm going to give is about closing prisons, which probably should be in the unjust legal system. But where it is now, it's just fine. As long as we do it, that is the most important. And I don't think we care where it is, as long as we make it a priority and we get it done.
Page 85, where we talk about strengthen and expand the Racial Justice Act. I gave a presentation on that yesterday, and so those materials should be incorporated into that section, those new materials.
Great. Sure.
Okay, we're fine.
Any other comments, questions? All right, we'll go to the next chapter.
Okay. The next topic is number 12, mental and physical harm and neglect. The members for this advisory committee are Tamaki and Brown, and there are some new proposals and substantive changes in this chapter. Member Tamaki, do you want to talk about them?
I'll present the things that are new and then ask Pastor Brown, if you have anything to add, please feel free to interrupt me or jump in. So in this section, there's a number of things, and I'll just read them off. In the original proposal, we're recommending the creation of a California Health Equity and Racial Justice Fund, funded, to the extent of something over 100 million. And it would, if put into existence, issue grants to community-based organizations to implement at the ground level in the neighborhoods some of these health initiatives that we've been talking about. This would also add, and here's the change, a mechanism to assess monitoring. It's a monitoring mechanism to determine that the distribution, implementation, and impact is effective and right and follows its mission. And so that's simply been added to the original proposal of creating the fund, and that is to put in a mechanism to monitor the money spent correctly. Second thing would be something similar. There's a number of laws implemented by the California Department of Public Health, and there should be a process to monitor the efficacy of it, and also to the extent that medical providers, for example, are not following those recommendations, that there be consequences for that. And I don't know as we speak, what those consequences might be, but it might be loss of funding, it might be something, I guess licensure or discipline or something. And again, to ensure that what we've been talking about in terms of reforming the medical system, that there's some ability to hold providers accountable. Third thing is more pipeline issues, providing medical social workers and healthcare advocates. And as most of us know, you're lucky if you get 5 minutes with your doctor or a medical provider. And oftentimes you get an answer, or the medical provider could be dismissive or evidence bias. Recent California healthcare Foundation study, a think tank on health policy, interviewed or took a survey of Black patients and found that there's a high degree of dissatisfaction where the feeling is the medical provider is not listening. And so the idea is to have advocates to basically help advise and navigate to the system, and to the extent that a patient experiences bias, that there's an advocate to identify and begin to fix that. The next thing is to fund research on the intergenerational direct and indirect impact of racism. And I know Assemblyman Richard Penn, or is it Senator Richard Penn, had recently proposed that healthcare for Black Californians to be declared a health emergency. And there's very little. It's the studies on, Member Grills knows more about this, but the studies on the impact of racism on and healthcare is being started, but it has to be, further explored more. And for example, psychiatrists and psychologists have noted that compared to research on structural racism and experience of racial discrimination, the intergenerational impact of racism has been less studied, and that is how that negative injury could be passed on from one generation to the next and surface as health problems. And what we're looking at a very top level is Black people die younger and are sicker. And it correlates with race. I mean, that impact. So basically, this commits the state to let's study this. Let's find out what this is about, and have that inform policy in California on healthcare. Remedying the high rates of mental health issues. This is something that Member Grills has really championed, the high level suicide rates among young African-American youth. This is next area is testing and eliminating toxicity in descendant communities. And as Pastor Brown has talked about, for example, the Bayview Hunters Point Naval Shipyard legacy from World War II, where Black people were housed in public housing and because of redlining and discrimination, not able to move out, except maybe the Fillmore, which was later destroyed beginning in the 50s. The shipyard was used to clean ships, and I think one of the ships, or one example, was the ships that were exposed to nuclear blasts in the Pacific, just to test the impact of nuclear weaponry post-World War II, and brought back to the shipyard to be sandblasted to try to cleanse those ships. And of course, the dust from that contaminated material goes into the surrounding territory, and as a consequence, there is levels of nuclear radiation and other things. In McClymonds High School in Oakland, for example, West Oakland, there was issue of lead contamination. And I'm sure that's the case in other communities because of the legacy of housing and zoning and all that. So the need for testing, I think, is self-evident. There's a new section to address food injustice. This is another area that Pastor Brown has championed, and that is the issue of food deserts, the closure of supermarkets in Black communities, certainly support for urban farming, education on nutrition. There's a whole host of chronic diseases arising from behaviors, smoking, high sugar, leads to diabetes and heart disease. So the need for education to help address part of this problem of, as I said, Black people dying younger and ending up sicker. The one thing that I proposed actually yesterday, and by the afternoon, Mina Viswanathan had produced a memo, and that is we're covering disparate healthcare generally, hospitals, seeing a doctor, internal medicine, and this sort of thing. But we really should also be focusing a lot on the need for oral healthcare, dental care, and that is linked, by proven studies to chronic diseases such as stroke, heart disease, and diabetes when you don't have adequate dental care. And many of these things are, if they originate as an oral problem, dental problem, they're preventable, and yet children still suffer from dental disease due to inadequate home care and lack of access to dental care. And not surprisingly, the data in connection with those harms is disparate. In other words, again, Black people are at the bottom of that metric. And so there's going to be a section basically on what California should do on the underrepresented representation of Black dentists, the problem of access to dental care in the community, and implicit bias in dental care providers. Again, that's certainly mirrored in the current proposal as written on doctors and other healthcare providers, but it's also extended toward in connection with dentists, of course, affordability and insurance coverage, and so on. And also education. So there'll be a whole new section on that. We don't have this, but this was produced literally within 5 or 6 hours of when I asked for it. So none of the task force members has copies of this, but it will end up in the next iteration of the proposal. Dr. Brown, do you have anything?
He had to step out for an
Okay.
emergency call on the Memphis.
No problem. That's it for me. Is there any questions?
Member Jones Sawyer, the member Grills.
This section is really important to me. It's come home to me over the last 2 months. In December, I had a minor surgery, which was supposed to be 1 day in and out within an hour. That day I died of a cardiac arrest. And when I asked the doctors what happened, I'm still being told they don't know. I have a feeling that whatever they gave me, injected me to bring me back out, probably wasn't really good for Black people. And when I asked again, what is it? The answer was, we don't know. And as I started talking to other physicians, they told me when it comes to us, there are a lot of things they don't know. And our bodies, while they may basically be the same, through generations and generations of how we've been, how we eat and how we live, it's somewhat a little bit different and have to be handled. I'm perfectly fine. Nothing's wrong with my heart. It's still a mystery of why I had a cardiac arrest. But it also, in here, we need to really talk about physicians who understand Black people, or Black physicians, or people who are going to be sensitive to what happens to Black people. Because at the end of the day, there's far too many of us that are dying on operating tables all across this country. And we just accept it because we just accept what doctors tell us. And that is totally unacceptable. And so, I'll try to think of where that could go in here, and I'll do that. And then, unfortunately, so on here you have on F, remedying the higher rates of injury and death among Black birthing people. And I would imagine that would be the mothers. My daughter just lost my granddaughter at birth. And so we need to also take care of our Black babies that are dying for mysterious reasons. Our numbers are low, maybe because we're not taking care of our women when they get, or not our women, but women when they get pregnant, that they get the best medical care. And we need to do a lot more for Black babies so they can come into this world and be productive citizens. And so I know we had something about Black birthing people. I don't know if that included the actual babies themselves, that we should really look at that also, or make sure that it's incorporated in the analysis or whatever we're moving forward with.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you for sharing what you went through. And we're glad that you're still here with us.
No kidding.
We still got a job to do. And Member Grills, I also kind of want to note, I think birthing people was in there, I think to acknowledge trans men as well, just putting that out there. Okay, Member Grills, you recognize.
This is, I want to just see if I could add some additional pieces for consideration for what's already in the proposal, the recommendations. One of them has to do with the pipeline issue that was raised earlier. And that is, and I know that it's right now written around looking at the UC Prime Lead ABC program as a potential model. But we could also consider creating a graduate student aid program to support African-American prospective graduate students entering into and completing MSWs, MFTs, and psychology programs. And the model, it could be modeled off of the program at the federal level, the Federal Child Welfare Title IV-E approach. But here we would actually allow graduates to work in community-based clinics and community-based organizations rather than being limited to government social service agencies. It's also possible that we could look at expanding the existing Title IV-E program to include service in community-based organizations for postgraduate placement as well. The other thing that I wanted to share is I met with the executive director of the California Black Health Network because they're at the front, at the heart of what is happening in terms of healthcare for Black folks in California. And they shared an interesting piece of information with me. It particularly stood out among the things that they thought could be some recommendations, and that's to address an algorithm that's apparently used in medicine that influences patient care and is biased against Black patients. So she's going to, the executive director, send me some more background information and language about that, and I can share it with the subcommittee.
Any other comments? Okay. We can go to the next chapter.
Unless there's any further discussion on the wealth gap, that is it. Those are all of the chapters. Does anybody, before we go, we'll need a vote to authorize DOJ to move forward based on what's been discussed today, subject to, I believe there was one motion on modifying one of the recommendations. So subject to that modification, we'll need a motion, and then as part of that motion discussion or before the motion discussion, if anybody has any broader comments, suggestions, concerns, or anything that has not been included already in any of those recommendations, it's late in the game to add sort of major recommendations, but if there's overarching questions or concerns, we'd love to know those.
Just maybe think more about what we discussed earlier about, you know, the payment recommendations and where they go. So that way, I think as we each work on and go away and think about that aspect, we know exactly where it might go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Need to just touch base with you on the housing section, because I do think a couple things got left out of the most updated version that that we reviewed as a task force last month.
Absolutely.
Should we entertain a motion at this time to provide the DOJ direction moving forward? Second. That has been properly moved by Vice Chair Brown. I believe I heard it was properly seconded by Member Monica Montgomery Stepp. I heard her first. That we allow the DOJ to move forward with the corrections corresponding to any of the chapters of the report where that is applicable. Parliamentarian?
Oh, okay. I will take the roll.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I will take the roll, starting with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair, Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. And Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, 9 members were present and voting. There were 9 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, and so the ayes have it and the motion carries. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 23, a break. So it's 3:41 right now. The break is scheduled for 3:45 to 4 p.m. Then we'll resume at 4 p.m. And remember, we have a hard cutoff at 5 p.m. Hello. Okay. All right. So let's move towards item number 24, next meeting agenda, task force members. Okay. So essentially the next meeting agenda that the California DOJ has helped us draft is essentially the same as this meeting agenda, but yeah, there's just, instead of a panel on tax law, there's a panel on implementation. And then also we'll continue to hear from local municipal reparations efforts, City of Richmond and City of Palm Springs. Other than that, we'll continue to have these iterations of these advisory committee report backs for purposes of the final report. We can, entertain a motion to accept the agenda as it is, and we can just move forward. Also, I wanted to bring up, I know, okay, so the next meeting is in Sacramento. I did hear from the community that folks we haven't gone to Inland Empire. Is it too late to change it up a little bit? Or we're just sticking with Sacramento?
I will note that according to the previous vote, the meeting was supposed to be in Sacramento for this next meeting, and then you had voted to have a final in-person meeting in Central California. It's not necessarily the Inland Empire, for the sort of final report release close to Allensworth. I think that was the motion. We'll look back on that, but that had been the original proposal. It's not Inland Empire, but it's, you know, inland.
We're just putting that out there, putting that on the table, just hearing the community feedback. So, okay, we'll continue to be in Sacramento, and then we'll just figure it out from there. All right, so any motion to accept the agenda?
Can I add just one thing? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It would help if we get dates earlier than better. Everybody is, and the task force, the DOJ staff, I'm sure, is extremely busy. And so the idea of filling out the doodle polls and getting some dates, you know, March, April, May, June, would be great in terms of availability, because it's very hard with our scheduling, not knowing when the dates are going to be. So does that make sense?
Actually, this is a good point that you make. The dates for the next meeting, the task force voted for the next meeting to be on the 27th, 28th in Sacramento. You can revote on the dates and the location if you wish to.
No, not the next one, but March, April, May, June. Will they be either in person or?
Yeah, that's true. You also
virtual
voted
events, and the more we can get those dates up, the better I think it is for everybody.
Well, I think we've rerun the doodle poll. I think we were asked, to the chair's point, about scheduling the days of the week. So we have a quorum on the 27th, 28th. We reran the doodle. That was what was voted on the last meeting. We reran the doodle poll pursuant to the task force's request, and we do have a quorum also on March 3rd and 4th, which is Friday, Saturday. So you would need to vote on which dates you're going to set it on. And then we have done some preliminary work on Sacramento, but if you want to relocate the meeting, that's completely within your rights. And you have also previously voted to do virtual meetings after this. You can revisit that as well, based on your votes. So we're prepared for anything you want to vote on.
I appreciate the flexibility. My point is, for even whether it's going to be in person or virtual, for March, April, May, June to the end, it'd be great to get some dates so we can respect that and keep it available.
You gotta turn your mic on.
Okay. I believe we did run the last doodle poll through April dates. So we will have at least the availability through April. We can go ahead and run the rest of the calendar cycle so that as far out as the final meeting, you'll have that information sooner than later.
Just on that note, actually, to the doodle poll, we did not get a quorum of members responding to the doodle poll. So I'll just remind you, you all have the doodle poll. We'll send it again. I know you want it sooner rather than later, and maybe we can follow up with members individually, especially if we need to work out dates. But we only got responses from 5 members. So we'll need responses from everybody in order to set those dates, but we concur we'd like those dates to be set in advance so we can coordinate everything on our end as well.
And then Member Montgomery Step.
Yeah, this is more on the substantive end for the next meeting. I think we had talked about discussing a letter to the federal government and to Congress about our recommendations to them for changes that need to be made, or at least something that our electeds to Congress can put forward to them as recommendations. We talked about things like qualified immunity, amending that doctrine. And so I do think that we have to have a time to discuss that process, you know, how we want to message up to the top, so to speak, and substantively what we would like in that advocacy effort. So maybe the next meeting might be a time for that.
Okay, sorry, we're just working out on our end what motions were made about the agenda. So certainly if you want to do a motion or to add, or if you want to add to the agenda that we'll have that conversation, we can work with you to prep that conversation. If we want to have witnesses come in as well, we can coordinate for that. There was, what I was asking Doretha about was the discussion about having legislative staffers come in and present in the next meeting on the sort of legislation side of things. And I remember there was a discussion.
It was not part of Dr. Brown's motion, but you can.
Ended up not part of Dr. Brown's motion. I just wanted to re-raise that in case somebody wanted to make a motion to also add that to the agenda next time. And then, as Chair Moore mentioned, we'll be prepared to come back again and then also have a presentation on, I think, the subpoena advisory committee. It's going to be a longer presentation in the next meeting.
Member Montgomery Step.
Could you please speak into the mic?
For the implementation plans, I'm confused as to why we would need another motion for that. There's space in the proposed agenda. Would it be specifically to have legislative staffers come? Or what? I'm confused, sorry.
I think that's the question to you all. How do you want that to proceed?
Okay. The other question I had was this agenda does not have a date, and I know that there was a doodle poll that went out with alternative dates to February 27, 28. Is that accurate or no?
March 3rd and 4th.
That's correct. So the
Okay.
original dates that were set at the last meeting by vote was February 27, 28th. We reran the doodle poll in response to the request for other meeting times, and the other potential what's the word I'm thinking about? Quorum. The other quorum was March 3rd and 4th.
Okay, so we have to decide that as a part of this. motion.
Correct. Deciding
Okay.
those dates and deciding, I guess, if you want to try to change the location. But
Okay, we vote probably not change the location for me. But to that point, would that March, we decided to go the Friday, Saturday, the first Friday and Saturday of March, how would that impact the schedule for the rest of the meetings?
it's a great question. We will, I guess that March 3rd and 4th meeting would be considered the February meeting. We'll assess based on how you vote when the timing we can come back after getting all of your feedback, come back with a report again, because I think that's a major driver of what would be in the March meeting. If we consider a March 3-4 meeting, the February meeting, we'll have to really figure out this timing to do a March meeting, or whether that means we shift over, don't have a February meeting, we have that March meeting and an early April meeting as well. We'll have to report back depending on how you vote.
Okay. I will leave the discussion or proposals for implementation plans. I think that was it. Member Holder, Member Tamaki, I think had more input on that the last time. I think it's very important, but I haven't thought out what that means from a state perspective, like who would be the best folks to come and talk to us. So I will leave that discussion to state folks and also those who raised it the last time. Otherwise, I'm okay with the agenda as is. I would prefer the Friday, Saturday dates in Sacramento. I will wait to do a motion.
Okay, Member Holder, or Member Tamaki, I think it was Member Holder, and did you kind of want to just summarize kind of the idea around the implementation panel briefly and like the types of people we might be looking to invite?
Well, yeah, this was a motion that I guess we made at the January meeting, or the December meeting rather. Something very similar to the tax advisors who came and spoke to us, who were talking about, you know, looking at potential means of implementing some of these policies that we have proposed, and looking at the feasibility of implementing them on a broad scale, and folks who actually have experience implementing these types of programs on a very broad scale, perhaps nationally or in other states, and we can have the benefit of their experience, what it looked like to try and implement this and how feasible it was to do it. To just give us more of a practical perspective on what implementation would look like. I think I did actually send some specific suggestions to the DOJ, and I think everyone is open to do that on implementation experts.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Okay, so it seems like there's a motion that could be considered to approve the agenda as is for March 3rd and 4th, Friday, Saturday in Sacramento.
A briefing from legislators, talking about legislative analysts on future policies or legislators themselves.
I think what I was referring to is there was discussion during that discussion about having legislative staff talk about
But I mean,
the legislative
okay,
process.
but you say legislative staff, that of a member or the legislative analyst office?
I don't have an opinion. I mean,
I would suggest it would be the legislative analyst office to give a broader overview of how implementation works. And just seeing that you're considering a Friday, Saturday, Friday would probably be your only day to schedule that. It would be probably better a Thursday, Friday versus a Friday, Saturday. So.
Obviously, when this is all finalized and this is sort of more broadly, they would count as a witness, and we would want, I'll come up with a witness date once you vote on the date of the meeting, but we'd love any recommendations you have about that.
Yeah, okay. There also have been some, just putting it out there, some administrative law professors, so professors at law schools that specialize in administrative law that have, for instance, expressed enthusiasm in what this potential Freedmen Affairs agency could look like. And so we can also kind of explore what that looks like in terms of inviting some of these administrative law professors. All right, so do we have a motion on the floor? Yes. You can do it.
So I move that we adopt this agenda as is with dates of March 3rd and 4th, and the meeting to be held in Sacramento.
Is there a second? It has been properly moved by Member Montgomery Stepp and properly seconded by Member Jones Sawyer that our next hearing will take place Friday and Saturday, March 3rd and 4th in Sacramento, and the agenda as presented is. Any discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, we'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown. Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Aye. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Aye. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Aye. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis. Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp.
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were there were 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, 0 abstentions, and so the ayes have it, and the motion carries. Our next hearing will take our 13th hearing, 5th in-person hearing, will take place Friday and Saturday, March 3rd and 4th, in Sacramento. Yay. The next item on the agenda is item number 24, discussion and potential action item, unfinished business.
Yes, so with that change of the date, we need expert recommendations by coincidentally February 8th, which is when you're also supposed to give us any edits that you have or feedback on the recommendations. So by February 8th, we're looking for recommendations on legislative implementation, federal suggestions, and local reparations efforts. So please, sooner the better, but please send those no later than the 8th. And then we have one quorum date in early April. If we keep a month interval between those two, and that's April 7th and 8th. That is also a Friday and Saturday. If we want to do something, it is, however, Good Friday and Easter. Easter is Sunday the 9th. So I'm not sure if that is a time people want to do that, but that's according to the doodle poll. So what we can do is we can then, if people want, we can rerun the doodle poll in light of this March 3rd and 4th. And we can try to ascertain your availability. If you'd prefer to just email me directly instead of the doodle poll, if that's going to be a better response, just go ahead and do that if that's easier for you. And we'll figure that out. But for now, we're going to look probably to late March and early April and try to do 1-month intervals or 5-week intervals to finalize the report. Early, late March, early April. We'll follow up with those dates. Okay.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is number 25, task force member closing remarks and meeting adjourned. Yes, Member Montgomery Stepp, you are recognized.
Chair, I just want to thank my staff members for helping with this, to put this together. They really have been all hands on deck. So we hope you all had a warm welcome to San Diego. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, City of San Diego, Member Montgomery Stepp and her staff. The meeting is officially adjourned.
It is 4 o'clock. Oh my God. I cannot. Apparently, absolutely.